Muted? Unmuted? We gonna need the scope today? I don't think we'll need the scope today. I don't think we'll need the scope today. We're definitely gonna need my notes though. And I guess we could either do 3D modeling. I need one more panel out of this thing for the power ingress, or we can do the first level of the actual electronics. I gotta figure out which one I wanna work on today. You know, I can go level by level and get the bottom part completely done, and then we can move on up. Let's see here. Willow's barking at the door, as she is wont to do. These have got to all find their way back. I wound up using a chip that I've used in the past to do high side current monitoring. I forgot about it. It's the INA 169, and it's fairly common in drones and stuff like that, RC electronic drones, because it goes up to 40 volts, and you get up to 90 amps with it. You can measure up to 90 amps on a very small resistor. But I went with it, and it's a different package. It's a 5-pin package, and it immediately worked, and it was immediately scalable, and the rise over run, the slope of the numbers that I was getting back, was immediately compatible with everything that I was doing. So instant success, and it just immediately went into the circuit. just right away. There's no beating around the bush on that one. I put some of these guys away. Gotta figure out where they're all going. How we doing today? I am broadcasting audio. This is a little quiet. Actually, it should be pretty quiet, but I'm gonna bring it just a little bit up, and we'll see how that is. Okay. So, what do we got here? A lot of these are going to be really annoying to work with in the future. 502, 50K. 502, 50K. 102, 10K, but it's got a little solder mark on it. No, 1K is 102. Derp. Hey, what's up, esports? Oh, I need to get those going. Hold on, wait. Nice pot stash. I showed you my pots. Please respond. I need to get YouTube going for the YouTube comments. I go to Oh Bother VOD channel. I open up that Streamus, and then I pop out the chat. I pop out my Streamus. Please respond. Pop out chat. There we go. Cool. All right. Now we're set up. Now I'm set up. I knew I was missing something. I need to automate all this stuff. There's a couple things that I need to do stream-wise, and one of them is make emotes. I need to make a couple more emotes. I need to design some of this stuff a little bit more. I need a little bit more design on some of my scenes. Could be a little bit more fun if they had stuff going on them instead of just overlay boxes. I kept it very minimalistic and simple because I was still kind of figuring out what screens I would use, and then everything just kind of stuck forever. So if I could spend a little bit of time designing things a little bit, that would be great. I need to work on my VTuber. Pixie K made me a VTuber, and it would be nice to utilize. I could actually use it with game streams, and then I could put just the little bother thing in the corner, and if I have a couple buttons to set off like a couple different emotes out of it. What's up, Bandit? We're gonna move on from the power supply today. I'll show it off just briefly, but the chips that I chose just knocked it right out of the park. And somebody commented that in the chat, but you guys gotta let me get to this stuff on my own. It's like people know stuff, and I know you guys know stuff, and I know everybody wants to participate, but trying to give me the answer key is not what I look for. It doesn't make good content. Like the lab, thank you. It's like my co-host. And there's supposed to be more automation. We're waiting on some things to happen with TrueNAS. My file server needs to be moved over so that it can do MQTT as well as the Node-RED stuff that will allow me to program flows so that when I switch scenes in OBS, this light's supposed to turn on and off. So you're supposed to get a more unfettered view of the shop behind me. It's pretty much everything I own is in one room. Yeah, we work on projects here. One of the big things, Burn the Subs, is going to be coming back. As I make a little bit more progress on this modular synthesizer testing module, I want to get back to Burn the Subs and really like put my best foot forward. We're doing a lot of hardware so that I can sit and do a lot of software and tear my hair out again. I'll get a haircut soon, and then I won't tear it out. No, but like, I've got a lot of hardware that I still need to do. But this is getting close to a final version of Burn the Subs, which is, if you subscribe to this channel, when this thing is active, it will burn your name onto a slab of wood. Burn your screen name onto a slab of wood. And if you gift a sub, the giftee gets their name burnt. So there's a lot of very irreverent gift subs that come about as a result of that. That was several years ago, and it's been in developments for several years. Enough is enough. It's been way too long. I need to actually make progress. I'm one guy. I'm a streamer, and I burn out. So we will do Burn the Subs, and I'll get into Python. One of the big things is I'm trying to turn the whole front end of the shop, all the interactivity stuff, over to Node-RED, and that way I can have varied things that react to stuff you guys do. So you'll have channel points that you can spend, you know, things for subs. I can have LED displays and things like that happen on demand. I'm looking forward to that. You know, I could do something like put some LEDs underneath that Crystal Pepsi over there and have it light up in different colors when stuff happens. And then we need to rebuild the mill. Mill is in shit shape. It's I need to fix the DRO because I can't do the milling I wanted to do. There's a lot of held up progress. 103 is 10K. A lot of held up progress around here. 101 is 100 ohms. 103, 10K. 502, 55K. Oh, there's like none of those. 502. 502, 503. 502. Cool. Looking a little bit more organized there. This is a Deckard, my definition of a chill. It's from the Ripecast, which is a music collective that I partied with in 2010, 2011. Jesus, that was a long time ago now. Oh well, I've been listening to their music ever since, just because it's kind of like a little bit more pop focused, a little bit more poppy, a little bit more fun than just your typical deep house and stuff like that. A little more whimsy, if you will. Hey, what's up? Happy Friday indeed. Happy Friday. Yeah, I really have to get Burn the Subs going because it was a great idea and it really boosted the channel. And that's all eroded now. I don't have any of that anymore. So it's about time to get that running again. It's just been such a big labor. I've been trying to get it up to my current standard of building stuff. And then the next version of it is going to be even crazier because I need to build a pair of robot arms. I need a pair of robot arms, and I need them to fold up and to not look like a pair of robot arms on the wall. They need to unfold in kind of a decorative manner. This I need to take apart too. This is the hardware setup for. This is our test bed for the module tester module. You see, Julian, my buddy Julian, who does music under Zelikovich Music, got me into modular synthesizers. That's that thing at the bottom of the screen. And the modular synthesizer stuff is quite involved. It's quite involved. They sell you a circuit board with no parts on it. You could just buy circuit boards and you can save hundreds of dollars doing so. And so I did, and they sort of just say, hey, good luck. And you're like, what? You don't get any information. Which I love because I'm an electronics expert, not a music expert. So I built a bunch of modular synthesizer stuff and they said, hey, wait a minute. I don't have any good way to test this stuff. Like, I don't have any good test and measurement equipment. I can't really get Dave's broken 303 to fully kind of sparkle with all the different modular stuff that I'm supposed to be giving it. And if I did use the modules I already have, I don't know if they work properly. Buy a circuit board and assemble it over decades. Yeah, well, it's been less than decades. It's been months and months. It's been about a year of doing modular synthesizer stuff. But I realized, hey, what's up, T-Mister? I realized that I don't have anything to like definitively test out a module and get it up and running. So all of this Hajuo stuff that we did with building the circuit board and coming up with my own VCO design and then building the mutable instrument stuff and the struggle of getting one of those working fully, supplemented by my own oscilloscope and one singular frequency generator that I have, it's not enough. It's not enough for me to actually like fully vet these things out. So I thought it would be nice if I built a module testing module. And so that's what we're working on, but it's a little bit more than just a module because there's so much involved in that it's going to be bigger than a module. Now, if I made a circuit board for it and I made my own power supply circuit board as like 2 separate projects, it would probably fit. It would probably fit. Yeah, module for module. It's a modular module testing module. In case anything breaks, it's modular, so I can flop modules out and modulate the modulation of the modules. Yeah, so anyway, so we needed a module testing module, and so I built a little shack that I was gonna put just wayward broken things in so that it would just hold on to stuff, but it turns out this is becoming a more comprehensive design. I did the whole front panel. It's currently not really wired up to anything. I need a couple op amps that are gonna sit on this and drive the LEDs, or I just have 12, 18, 20 pins coming down from the top to the bottom layer. I don't know which one I'm gonna do yet. But this is a nice VFD screen. It'll look really cool. I'm gonna have to do a bunch of design on it in order to get it to run properly. But this will be 6 inputs or outputs. And you can have 2 inputs and 6 I/O that can do everything, just in case I come up with a weird thing that I want to test. That's where we are. I just finished the power supply. We're gonna route that up to the next board. And since the next board fully covers this board, the actual power sockets that'll go out to the modules are going to be on that board. That board's going to have most of the digital stuff. We'll see what we can fit and what could go where. How many plugs I'm going to need too. I don't think I'm going to have unmonitored plugs. I think all the plugs are going to be monitored on this screen. These will all be for internal power, and then the monitored output will go towards every single plug that's on the next level. My only problem with this scheme is that these are multiplexed, and multiplexion and streaming do not mix because the multiplexed outputs end up looking like a bunch of flashing lights. So in all reality, I probably should have just put analog meters on the front here. I don't know if you can get miniature analog meters. You can cheaply get these guys. These are up to an amp, and they go high side or low side. So I could have had 1, 2, 3, but then I wouldn't have been able to also look at the volts coming out of them. And for any good power supply, you want to look at volts and amps. But that would have been an option. It would have fit nicely in that little pocket that I gave him. I don't think I could fit 6. 2, 3, 4. 4 is about the number that I could fit, so that wouldn't really be able to do anything, which is a shame. Wire mess going to the back of the table. Back of the table. We're doing big stuff today. We're not doing little wires. USB's gotta go away over here. This can actually, this can go in microcontroller. This is actually pretty useful. This is 15-volt USB-C. We'll manage with the blinking. I guess so. It just doesn't look as good as if it had like full digits sitting there. Yeah, it looks really good with the full digits. I probably could put a couple panel connections on this. Well, actually, you know, if I really want to, if we're going to be breadboarding anything modular, I could just plug in the power plug and then use some of my male-to-males to go directly to the board and give me plus minus 12 and 5 if I really need it. Mostly this thing is 5 volts just because the screen uses 5 volts. Should I keep this together for now? I don't know. We never did anything with the encoder on this. That one's an I2C thing. I don't need that. 3904 on a breadboard. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll just put this aside for now. The big one. The big one. The big kahuna. Oh, boy. Yeah, everybody, my brother's kids were here yesterday, so too many people running around for me to do like a proper stream, and I guess I don't want to film kids. there's a whole subset about getting permission to do that. Hey, can I film your kids? No, I don't want to do that. I don't think they deserve to be on this show. But yeah, so it's just too many people around. But I decided to sort of push stream ahead, so we'll be streaming today and very, very likely tomorrow, unless something comes up. I don't think anything's going to come up. So the weather has been on my side. It's been nice out lately, so I'm doing good. Not a whole lot to report. I basically spent yesterday building this stuff. I had to fully rip out this area, and so there's areas where pins are just gone. I probably should have extended that white wire up a little bit. There's a bunch of aesthetic things that I really had to kind of ignore. Like, it took me a couple tries to get these little crossovers to look right. I started by going by the, like, beside the pin and over, and that turns out didn't really look that good. So I had to edit it. Also the overrun of these PCBs, I'm wondering if I should shave them so they fit a little better. But these are the INA 169s. I may use the labeler later on to label over those markings, and just so it says INA 169. And then it turns out I needed a 2K on the 5-volt one, just because it needed a larger ballast resistor. All these requires a ballast resistor. They basically have the entirety of the previous chip inside of it. Yo, what's up, Louis? Keep up the good work. That requires me to have done good work. And I don't categorize with. How's it going, Louis? I hope that it's not too old of a comment. I'm still getting used to the whole dual streaming thing, because I got both chats going through Social Stream Ninja, which has its foibles. But if you guys haven't seen Lunatic Live, you owe yourself the pleasure of going and checking out a stream, because yeah. Cool stuff. I actually got a goop printer, one of those resin printers. I found a place on eBay. I think they're out of LA, but they sell broken. No, they're actually out of Nevada. I think they're in Vegas. Actually, to be honest, now that I'm thinking about it again, but they sell broken resin printers, and so it's like I bought the flagship of like the last version of whatever the Elegoo like super duper goop printer is, and ordered it from them, and it was a third of the price, because what you're supposed to do is buy two, and you use those two to mix and match parts. Resin printers are so simple. It's just a bed that gets lifted from a thing of gloop, right? You've been doing dual stream for a month now. It's so much setup for me. I have to do what is it? I have 3 screens in front of me, 3 giant screens. And this is pulling chat from a popped out YouTube chat back there and a Twitch chat pop out here. And then I also have the moderating Twitch chat here and the moderating YouTube chat here. And then I have all of my video monitoring. And then I have the blade, which is behind the sub screens that I put up. And then the actual computer working area, which is relegated to the very corner of the 3rd monitor of this setup. It's ridiculous. It's terrible. Use Restream to make it pretty easy. They have a pop out for both. Damn, I need that, because YouTube does not. They don't have like an IRC room, so it's always a different URL. So I can't just put it on like a Stream Deck pad. Also, my Stream Deck XL does not work in my setup for some reason. It needs like its own dedicated USB directly from the computer, I guess. And so I haven't had the Stream Deck XL. I've been meaning to grow into that, because it'll have more buttons and more stuff that I can. Because I would love to have it again, so that my stream setup is just push 3 buttons and then everything is ready to go as it's set up right now. I got to work on that. But yeah, so the Gloop printer. I wish I had the space to print with Gloop. Yeah, you do need you need to put it in another like a dedicated room. It doesn't smell between prints when you clean everything up, even though there's little bits of goop everywhere. I got goop in my mouth. I used it without putting gloves on, which you got to put on gloves. You got to put on a respirator, even if your setup is dialed in to the point where it's immaculate and you only get like a drop or two of resin wasted. when it goes wrong, it goes wrong. It becomes a huge mess. And so I had a couple times when I had to clean up a huge mess and put things outside in the sun. You just stream to restream, and they output both Twitch and YouTube. Huh, and it doesn't even do a watermark. Mine, I'm using a plugin for OBS that's kind of ancient. My buddy puts his out on the patio. I even have an ultrasonic cleaner. So all I need to do is, with all the mats and stuff around, you have to like drip out the resin, and then if you can get it, and what I do is I use Tupperware containers to get it to the utility sink where the ultrasonic cleaner is. Then that goes in a bag with the alcohol, gets shook up, everything gets clean, and then I bring it back over here where I have a couple grow lights for plants that I just turn on the print for a while. And then that shores everything up, and you get incredibly detailed prints. But I don't print figurines all the time. Like, if I do need something super accurate for, like, I don't know, some engineering thing, I'll have the resin printer, but I barely used it. This is a Fallout power armor. I mean, look at that cod piece. Look at the detail on that cod piece. It's incredible. And it, like, you could illuminate this from below, and you could have a light up cod piece. It would be just the best. But, like, the detail is insane from the resin prints. Isn't that crazy? And I got the printer for 1/3 of the price. It's just I had to clean it up. I had to pull it all apart and clean it up and get a couple of the sort of the supplies that were the supplies that kind of get used up as you do prints. Look at that. It's able to do that. What the heck? What am I supposed to do in the face of that kind of thing? I could probably paint this and then have it like have red highlighting light up kind of stuff. But again, I'm not a figure painting channel. I was thinking of doing that, just like buying a bunch of paint and just being a figure painting channel for a month. Just like not knowing anything that what I'm doing so that I trigger all the people who know what they're doing. That'd be absolutely fucking hilarious. But like, so yeah, what else am I going to do with resin? I was thinking of printing RC car bodies. I need to spend a little bit of time with CAD and refine out some RC car bodies. And then the thought was I could print the My Summer car and have it held together with magnets. So when I'm racing the RC car and I like hit something, all the parts fall off. That's all I can really come up with on it, though. Yeah, things have been running along here. I spent a lot of time on module synthesizer stuff, and we're still going with the modular synthesizer stuff until I can fix Dave's 303. I've had some inquiry from other parties about fixing their 303 as well, and I could probably do that if they would continue to contact me, but yeah. I have an airbrush in my shop, and it's tough to learn. I wanted to practice on a Gundam kit. I have this thing, where is it? I did the whole Reddit shuffle, and I looked up like what like an okay airbrush is, and so I actually do now have an actual airbrush, and I have some of the thinner that's required for it. I don't have paint anymore. I don't know where all my paint's gone. But yeah, this thing's pretty cool. I haven't even had a chance to use it, and I don't know what I'm talking about. Everybody needs a 303. Wasn't that a song? Was that a Fatboy Slim song? I don't know what model that thing is. Hold on. Do I know? No, I don't remember what I bought. It's Japanese. That's all I remember. Yeah, I don't remember what I bought. Takes forever to clean. Oh, yeah, that's probably the hard. Paint is 99% sanding and cleaning. And then you get that, yeah. Psst, oh, I'm done painting. Back to cleaning and sanding. I gotta build my desk too, gaming desk. That'll be a little bit more narrow and possibly longer. I really need to rearrange this place because it would be nice if I was doing the game streams, if I had the Burn the Subs boards like visible as a backdrop. They're like a wall for me. But yeah, I'm going to work on that. I have a VTuber model. I have the Bother VTuber model that does have a big titty mode. It has a big titty mode. I thought about that. But Pixie did a wonderful job on this thing. Pixie Chemith. There's a slider that I do. And the slider, suddenly I've got gazongas. I need to program in a couple of expressions with VTuber Studio and put it on a couple buttons. And then I think that'll be good for game streams so that I'm not, except for showing off the steering wheel, I don't want to set up a ton of cameras to do game streams. And hopefully we can free up a couple Saturdays to do game streams. We're going to be working this Saturday, though, because I've got a lot of this to do. This is going to be rough. I got to figure out how to plan a whole user interface on this VFD displays. They're really good looking. I would show this off, but our Hello World is baked away, and I took it apart. So eventually we'll get the screen doing stuff. It'll look really cool. Channel points increase cup size. That is hilarious and dangerous. I think I might put like a big channel point reward and just have it like titty mode or something like that, and then that'll just automatically do that. I've been trying to get Node Red to be the front end of the shop for like channel points and stuff. So I don't know how all that stuff works. I don't know how other streamers have their ways of doing it. And I think a lot of the time it's just they have control of it, and if somebody redeems it, they'll do that. Stream hasn't started yet. No, I'm talking to Louis. I won't talk to Louis when stream starts. I'll ignore him completely. No, that's not true. No, I'm chewing the fat with chat in order to get enough people here so that when I actually explain what I'm doing, more people hear it and I get asked less what we're doing, because it gets really irritating to have to like, and it's at the level of streaming that I'm at. I have like 4 people in chat talking. So when people come in and they ask what I'm doing, I have to directly address it. I can't ignore. I don't have a chat that's just going and going. If it was going even slightly, I could get away with ignoring people, but I can't. So people come in and they try to have personal conversations with me, and I don't have the bandwidth. This is what I've learned over, like, how long has it been? How long have I been streaming? I want to ignore you just for the comedy of ignoring you. It's the same thing with me talking about that wearable computer guy. There's a guy who has like this whole wearable computer thing, and he like swears by wearable computers. He uses it in the production of his channel. He uses it as like a video monitor, as a heads-up display when he's filming stuff. He's like a super nerd. And I was saying, as a joke, putting on a character, being an asshole for fun, that it was triggering my lizard brain to want to bully him, because he's got this wearable computer on. And part of this, it's not Sushi Dragon, no, it's some other, it's a YouTuber. But this guy, like, he was addressing that everybody was like, if you took off that nerdy heads-up display, I would watch your channel more. And he was like, I'm not insulted. Maybe I am. But like, yeah, Sushi Dragon has some amazing visuals. He's rivaling a lot of the people that I know some people that do crazy visuals on their stream, but whenever they link me to Sushi Dragon, it's like on another level entirely. It's incredible. I don't have time to put that together. But anyway, so this guy is this wearable computer, and somebody in my Discord was like, what's your problem? Why is your instinct to bully them? And I'm like, nerd. And I just left it at that. And I hope they weren't insulted, because I was trying. It's the joke. It was a joke. It's just for fun. So I do that to chatters, and then I feel bad. I know, I used to watch that guy. Yeah, he does some amazing production. I kept things very simple here, and I don't do a lot of like weird effects. There was another guy, oh, so cool. There was another dude that got a bunch of those CRT video monitors, the ones that you see. Like, actually, Milton, now that Milton T. Pike is back, he has one of his scenes has one of those video monitors. Very common in older editing rooms and like security systems and stuff like that. But he had, this streamer had 3 of these video monitors, right? And he was doing like Gundam painting and building. And he has this Gundam that you can see on the video monitor. And then he literally reaches over to it. It turns out he's actually filming 3 video monitors. Like, it looked like an overlay. It looked like an overlay where you'd put pictures of a monitor and then you'd green screen stuff onto it. But then he reaches into that scene and grabs something. It was like, whoa, wait a minute. It was a complete fourth wall break. It was so cool. I forget who that was, but they're probably still doing their thing. It's a very cool setup. Yeah, I've had video production on the mind for a little while because everything is so simplistic here. I've got boxes without frames, and they're not given any kind of depth at all. I don't think it would be very nice and functional if this thing was like a trapezoid and it looked like it was like on a sidebar. I don't need that, but I got to think about stuff that I can do to make it kind of more fun video production around here. Flatulent Gonad has an entire scene that's just the NASA control room, and he's put Easter eggs into every single pixel of that place. It's nuts. I don't have anything like that. I'd have to get Lorraine board, I think is what it's called. But yeah. Power supply is now finished. I finished that at the 11th hour yesterday. I was having so much trouble with current monitors that I put in a different current monitor in there, and now it actually works. It's felt good to actually take a day and work on some of the stuff that I was struggling with. Worked on the power supply for more than a week after vetting it out. It took a long time. And I thought everything was going to work, and then I ran into problems tuning all the monitors. And that almost set me off. I was ready to just throw the whole thing in the garbage. I was very, very frustrated until I swapped parts into something that I didn't know it would work, but I've known it to work, and it would have been okay, and I would have had to just say, look, this isn't what I wanted, it's close enough, and move on. I'm bad at doing that. I sink my teeth in, and then we continue to work on the same thing over and over again as I complain about my numbers going down because we're working on the same thing over and over again. Uo's Lab has found me over the past, that was many months ago, found my channel, and in turn, I looked at his content, and he does the kind of engineering stuff that I wish that I would be doing. Comes up with a new weird project every single stream. He does topical things, and he just does it zany, off the cuff, and everything is badly constructed, and it's amazing content. That really kind of opened me up to I need to keep the variety going. I used to be good at variety, but I kind of bit off a couple very complicated projects, and they've bit back. Anyway, I'm just talking about this stuff because I got nothing else to talk about. Not much happened yesterday. I kind of hunkered down with this and gave the dog walks. Willow is in great health. She pooped for me twice this morning. There's this little tiny dog that lives a couple doors down. This neighborhood is very kind of close-knit. The houses are almost attached to each other. They kind of are in some cases. Actually, they are in certain lots. And also, there's no Google Maps here. So I'm like, this is my safe place for Streamer Boy. But anyway, so a couple doors down, there's this tiny little, I'll poop for you twice. That you're not obligated to do anything like that. Let me just put that out there. The dog is, however. But there's this little frou-frou dog that's a couple doors down. And apparently, when they say hi to each other, Willow runs away, and she does like a half circle, and then the other dog catches up to her, and she immediately rolls onto her belly. She's like, you got me, you got me. And then she kind of left, and I was like, where are you going? Wait, bye. She went into another neighbor's yard and just pooped it. Apparently, she really had to go. Yeah, Willow's a very cute corgi. I have a whole bed set up for her under my desk here, but she just doesn't like to come down to the shop anymore. She used to come down here and at least say hi. I had to give her treats for it. She was up 4 pounds since her last visit. I'm trying to keep the dog thin, but it's not working. The dog is not thin. She's a little bit of a chonker right now. She's not fat, but she's a round or a more round corgi than I think she should be. She should be a little bit more svelte. As should I. Got to give better bribes. I don't know. She doesn't like me yelling at the furniture, I think. Because when it's like on a break day, like on a Wednesday, if I'm super burnt out about doing all this crap, I will play video games. Jacose, thank you for the continued subs and the activity in my Discord. I appreciate that. We love a good chunky corgi, yeah. She is a chonk, chorgi. 56 months. Hey, thank you, Jacose. Thank you for 56 months. Yeah, I wish she would come downstairs because she's extremely cute. But on the off days, if I'm playing video games or working on CAD, I'm doing something quiet, she will come downstairs and sleep in her little den that's under the desk. So those are the moments where I'm not allowed to move. If I wiggle a toe, she growls at me, so she has me under duress. Like, I can't move. I have a cute corgi here. Oscar Galadop. I know you're doing great. Oh, I hope you're doing great. Someone's trying to bring you some traffic in another chat. Well, that's neat. I appreciate that. I mean, things have been kind of quiet since the pandemic. We've obviously, and hopefully, people are out there getting lives, touching grass, I hope. But, numbers have dropped off as people are less trapped in their houses. And that's fine. It's just, I've tried to kind of do the dual streaming thing. I've done the uploads. Not a lot's kind of been gaining traction. So I need to regroup and get back to burn the subs. Touching grass, that's where animals pee. That's the circle of life, Jacose. You touch the grass and the animals pee on it. That's not what I was taught in school. I was taught something else, I think. But yeah, we get into kind of more cerebral projects here, and so it's understandable that my niche is a niche. Who knew that not doing zany stuff with electronics doesn't bring quite as many people? But I need to get back to burn the subs. We got a lot of programming to do, and there are a lot of programmers on Twitch. I'll tell you something. When those programming streams, the best IDE is Twitch chat. Because if you do something bad, they hate you. Their hatred sparkles through. It's effervescent. I bring Twitch to my grass-touching sessions. Well, that's good. Are you wearing a computer? Because then I have to bully you. I am joking. I would never, but I wear a computer constantly. My insulin pump. Well, my phone too, I guess. It's not that uncommon. It's just the headset that's a little dorky. Twitch chat or rubber duck. It's not quite like a rubber duck, though, because the rubber duck has commentary on what you're talking about, and everybody thinks that their way to do it is the best way, and you're never using the right IDE. No matter what IDE, no matter what you're programming in, even if it's MS Paint. Can you program in MS Paint? That would be kind of badass. If you're programming in Notepad, just nobody's happy. Nobody is ever happy. Nobody's happy. And I understand where it comes from. It comes from a place of, this is what I know. I need to show off that I know this. I have that same instinct. Yeah, the rubber duck is a little bit smug, though, at times. That's why you punch it. It shoots down every idea. Hypercard. What the hell is hypercard? I'm gonna have to Google what the hell a hypercard is. Is this a punch card thing? HyperCard is a software development kit for Mac and Mac 2. Oh God, I remember Macintosh stuff back in the days of AOL on the Mac 3 on the 2GS. I don't think ever ran AOL. I don't think it was capable. No, I did have a modem on the 2GS. But oh my God, I got into hex editing, and I was able to hex edit the color of chat messages before all those add-on programs came out. I never used HyperCard, though. I used Macs all the way up until I got my first E-machine that could barely run Descent. Yeah, that's true. You can smack around the rubber ducky. You can't smack around a Twitch chat. You can verbally smack around a Twitch chat, and I hope that I've done that on occasion. I hope it has not just been a cringe compilation from your old bother here. Of course, whenever you do stick it to a member of chat and you double down on being an angry streamer, which is what, that's why we're here, is for reactions and to have fun laughing. But when I stick it to a member of chat, they will always try to save face and basically twist it on me so that I've misinterpreted something, and oftentimes that's the case. But I misinterpreted something, or no, that's not what I meant. I meant this other thing. Sometimes it's blatant, sometimes it's subtle, but yeah. I'm always the one who ends up having cake on their face. I'm always the one farting into the cake. Wait, what? No, that's a different thing entirely. Dear God, nobody's done that to me yet. Nobody's done that to me yet. I would literally, you'd see what a curdled man looks like. I would curdle like milk. Or milk. What's going on here? Oh, I used hot air yesterday a bunch. Here. Back, I say. All right, we've been getting on for a little bit. I should probably start actually being a streamer and earn my keep. Earn your keep, streamer. Thank you guys for the subs ahead of time here. Let's God, I can't wait for that message to go away. There we go. Let's get the music down here. Fade it all out and hit pause. That was a Ripecast, if you guys are looking for that music. If you guys aren't on YouTube, YouTube doesn't get the music. They don't get music. And I remember I watched a Moon stream where he did the Twitch routing. So I was watching a VOD, and he was like walking places, and he would just like blurt out lyrics that were completely out of nowhere, and he was totally off key, he was totally off beat. It was just blah, 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 in the middle of, like, I thought he had Tourette's, and I'm like, am I actually watching somebody with Tourette's or some other kind of condition? Because I don't think Tourette's is what everybody thinks it is. It seemed like somebody with like a condition, and it turns out it was just routing audio. I think it was My Summer Car I was watching him play. He was routing audio to the non-recorded channel on Twitch, which is apparently what we do in order to keep those ghouls of copyrights from haunting us. But it also means that VOD watchers are missing sort of some of the texture that is behind the I don't know why this is texture. This is texture or tickling balls. It's either one. But anyway, okay. What's going on? Welcome to A Bother. I work on projects, and I'm crass, and I talk dumb stuff about weird things. Welcome to my mostly Hangout stream, where we try to get our act together and solder circuits, and then I need to do everything off camera on my own in order to get things to actually work. This is sort of the interstitial part of your average YouTube video where everything goes right. Instead, we only film things that go wrong. Porque no los dos, something like that. Yeah, a little bit of both worlds there, tickling balls and adding texture. Anyway, point is, I've been working on this thing way too long. It should be a much simpler project. There are many facets of it. I'm bad at homework, and so a lot of this stuff we've been doing live on the air. You saw last time I was struggling with those current monitors, the low side converted into high side current monitors. You can put a resistor coming back from the ground of a device, and you can put that into a low voltage microcontroller that senses voltage levels. V equals IR, so if you have a resistor going to ground, that all of your currents coming back through, that amount of current can be measured as a voltage. It's a voltage drop on both sides of the resistor, and since one side is ground, your microcontroller, ooh, that was a diabetic cramp right there. My digits were trying to like do this. Yeah, but anyway, so you can measure in a low voltage system a potentially higher voltage current coming back through ground. That's all well and good, right? So your maximum voltage is going to be the V equals IR, depending on the amperage that's running across that resistor. Problem is, low side current monitoring is hard to do when everything that you're measuring shares grounds. The inputs and the outputs of these systems share ground. I could isolate the grounds, but that would mean I need 2 power supplies inside of this thing. I don't want to do 2 power supplies. So what we did is we figured, well, there's this family of chips that we can use that are basically just amplifiers that are made for going way over what the typical voltage of the chip is. So you put 3 volts into the chip, but it can take up to like 40 volts. It just does this by shunting things out with a diode. But it does it in a way that's better than what we can come up with. I mean, we could come up with our own circuit to do this, but I'd probably cock it up so badly that it would just heat up, and then I'd get frustrated. Guess what happened last stream? Exactly that. I used this family of chips that supposedly does all this stuff, and it didn't work. It didn't work. The problem with changing the way that this thing senses current is that I don't want to reprogram the microcontroller, and it's set for a particular volt equals X amount of current. And so when I put some chip up to that task, there's more to it than just V equals A. There's a slope, there's a rise over run, there's an offset, there's all kinds of shit. Why would you use AI? Why would anybody use AI? I'll talk about AI in a second here. So like the slope was completely off. So I think, well, why not just make it adjustable? That's super easy. Yeah, let's do that. Wow, yeah, cool. Hey, yeah, let's do that. The whole circuit sucked. Like nothing worked properly. Everything sucked. And I was at my wit's end. I was ready to just throw in the towel on this entire project as of Thursday. I sat down and I thought about it for a minute, and it turns out, isn't that what families of chimps is? Chips. Talking I know you're joking. But I have to keep talking because I've moved on from that now. So it turns out that I have a different set of chips. I have a different set of chips that are for monitoring current. It's called an INA 169. And it basically is this tiny little chip. You're going to make me start saying chip, and then I'm not. There's no moving back. There's no going back from that. It has all the stuff in it. It has the transistor. It has the 2 resistors, it has the amplifier, all inside of a very small package. It's not the only small package around here, but it's the one I'm going to talk about. All inside this tiny little package, here's a finger for scale. It is a thumbnail size, no, it's even smaller than a thumbnail. A couple millimeters by a couple millimeters. Hey, look, the Americans using metric. Anyway, so this is a tiny little chip, and I've seen it in a bunch of different drone things for measuring the amount of current that your drone is consuming on its power line. Well, it turns out this is exactly what I needed. With just one bias resistor, I was able to get this to report current and have it, near enough as makes no difference, give the display a high side current voltage level that corresponded to hundreds of milliamps and then 1 amp. So, bada bingus. Look at it go. Of course, these are multiplexed, which is very annoying for us. It means that the numbers are a little bit sparkly. It means it's going to also be very distracting to use these displays, but they look okay IRL to my low frame rate eyes, because remember, the human eye can only see 30 FPS. To my human Mark I eyeballs, these look okay, but they're a little bit jarring on camera. If I get the camera to sort of set the white balance a little higher, they kind of stabilize just because of the persistence of the light. Also, for some reason, it's changing the frame rate, but the persistence and the frame rate just match a little bit better. So you can see more of the multiplexing, and it's a little less when it does that. This camera alters its frame rate depending on how much light you have. And that's actually good advice for anybody doing something on a webcam. If you're going to be doing something on a webcam, you need an almost uncomfortable amount of light on you. This is something that people in production are totally used to. If you've ever done theater, you know it. You know, for webcams, you've got to talk to the second row, not the first row, and not the back row. Never talk to the back row on a webcam because the mics are bad. So mic filtering is very important, but if you want to get those visuals right, you need to give yourself a lot of light. And so you may not be aware of it, but I do have 3 points of light on me right now. They're not necessarily on me. I guess the webcam's helping with that, but I've got all that crap right there. I've got this light here, and then I've got my face light, which is just a diffuser. And the diffuser should be a separate component from the light because you want it to be as far away as possible. You get that diffuser far away, and it is a much larger point of soft light. These aren't doing anything, but those are big soft lights that help reduce shadows as we work. I mean, I still have big shadow from the desk and this light right here, but they should be in slightly better balance. But the webcams need light. They're very small sensors. So a lot of streamers will move on from the Logitechs and buy expensive cameras to put everywhere. And while that's all well and good, and their settings probably persist, I've been able to get really good results out of my... Is that a can light with an incandescent bulb? It's a can light with an LED bulb in it. And those LED bulbs frequently go bad. The traces burn up in them. Every time a light source dies, it's always very violent. I've never had an LED just like stop working. It's always cooked a trace on it and ended up being like a potential fire hazard. I guess they've done a lot of fire testing with those things. There's no heat dissipation? Yeah. Where are you going to get rid of all that heat? And you're in the ceiling and everything. Yeah. It's a recipe for disaster. All right, so I feel like I have a piece of food in my teeth. I keep looking for it. I brush my teeth more. Okay, anyway, power supply works. It's working. It's doing its job. And if we give it a load on any of the channels, it'll register it. So here's a negative 12 volt load. All right, you're just going to make a liar out of me. Oh, wait, no, it's 5 volts. 350 milliamps is approximately 28 ohms with 5 volts going through it. I think. I still might need to adjust this one a little bit. But, and then the next level is 400 and something. So this is almost 500. That's fine if it's off by a little bit. Basically, what we're trying to clock is if it's barely drawing any current, like if it doesn't draw current, if there's something wrong with the power supply, or if it overdraws at 1 amp. If everything's fine, we'll get a register of about 100 or maybe tens of milliamps. I wish this was milliamps. That's where these would come in handy. These go up to 1 amp, and so if they're pinging, they'd be all the way up. Plus, it would be interesting to see the needle wobble around as the rack-mounted component would do stuff. But whatever, we're going digital with it. It's fine. So anyway, that's 5 volts. So if I go to the next pin on this thing, that would be 12.5 volts. It shouldn't be a half, but that's just what this is outputting. I can't adjust that. So, but anyway, we got 12 volts coming out of there. I'll have to measure this against like my oscilloscope or maybe the big multimeter that I have, the desktop one. That's one thing that I'm missing here in this shop is space for an equipment wall. And if I had an equipment wall, I could use all of the automated plug sockets so that I could have them all lit up at the same time and doing like, you know, stupid displays on the displays. And then I would have a nice little like backdrop of equipment. Unfortunately, you guys just get milling machine because I decided that if Reddit was going to give me $1,500 for this contest that Redditors ran, I might as well buy a physical thing with it. And I wanted to have a drill press with an X and Y capability because that helps a little bit with electronics and stuff, having a drill press just in general. So I bought a drill press on crack, which is the Sieg X3 mill. It's like a press and mill in the same thing. There's a quill lock right there that you can disable and then use the lever. And that's great because I do very small stuff. I do very light stuff. I mean, we're also building a CNC, but so anyway, that's the backdrop. That ended up taking an entire part of my L bench setup. So no W's in chat for me. Anyway, so that's pushing that amperage. And then if I go to the next one, you can see minus 12. That's a little hot. I don't know if it's actually running 500 milliamps. But yeah, bada bing. So power supply works. Power supply has been tested. The numbers are approximate. They may need a little bit of tuning. And then, of course, with this setup, I can test up to an amp. And I did, and all the numbers seem to be approximately where they should be. Cool, 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 cool. So that means that we need to work on the next parts. So there's a couple next parts here. One of them would be to get this thing onto a panel, which is what we might work on. So I'm going to have a MIDI input so that I can use that dinky little keyboard that I bought, that M Audio keyboard with this thing. Maybe I'll learn how to play the piano. Can I play the piano? Oh, sorry. Can I play the piano anymore? Of course you can. Well, I couldn't before. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Okay, that'll be stuck in my head for the rest of the day. But yeah, MIDI input on this thing and then the power button. All that needs to go on a panel. Now that this circuit board is cleared, we can work on that. And then in addition, we may also work on laying out the next level. Dun, dun, dun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the same size circuit board on top of this thing on standoffs, and then we will figure out where all the stuff goes here. So since this is going to be, at least on this side over here, the top level, we need to put down a couple of these power sockets. So maybe 1 or 2, 3 if I'm really wanting to push things, but I don't think I'm really going to fit 3 devices on this rack. 1 is probably all that's going to be needed. So if I have 2 of these, then I'm going to need to have this plug up here and make a wire that's going to go up to the top level and allow me to plug in devices and monitor their current. I'm not going to do standoffs sticking down off of the boards because I want for at least a slight degree of this thing to be modular. So if I need to pull off a section of it, I can put it flat down on the bench and plug into it and work on it instead of having like a weird connection that's you know, on the bottom of the board and just being annoying. That would just be very annoying. So yeah, I'm going to do this for the power supply, and I'll put a connector up there. I still haven't figured out what capacitors I want on everything, too. These things will all need capacitors. I think we should do a little bit of CAD today, though. I think we should work on this panel, this side panel that I'm doing. I've started it. I just need to figure out where all the holes are. Where are all of your holes, chat? Vsauce, Michael here. Where are your holes? Vsauce, why have you broken into my house? Okay, so yeah, let's get out CAD. So yeah, this is just like an instant solution to everything I wanted. The INA 169 is the one that I use. There are different models of it. It's an older chip. I mean, it's been around for a while, but I don't know, this worked just great. What's the copyright on this? When was this thing first released? Scroll, scroll, scroll. Well, this one's 2024, huh? They must update these automatically. Do we have like a Wikipedia page for like stuff like this? Whatever. Wait, did that have a date on it? 2024. Ah, okay. Anyway, this is not a new chip. This has been around for a while, 20 years at least. All right, bonk. So yeah, these 3D printed panels, all designed in Fusion 360. Decent program. It's what I use. It's not what everybody use. You use what you use. There's free versions of this software that are limited in capabilities. There are also other CAD programs that are, like FreeCAD and stuff like that that you can use. You use Blender. I know some people use Blender for like engineering stuff, and it's a little weird. AutoCAD is what I cut my teeth in. It's what I learned in college, and it just kind of, their process stuck with me, which is to sketch and then extrude, and then you make those extrusions look good with chamfers and fillets and whatnot. Kind of broke me though. I looked at this part for the Atomic RC car that I had, and I was going to model the RC car kit in Fusion because it looked like they used something like Fusion, right? The processes and stuff I saw with the way Fusion handles chamfering and things like that very much looked like the Atomic RC car kit of this current generation. And I tried to reverse engineer one of their parts. Sat down with the calipers, a big cup of coffee, started measuring stuff and putting it together, and it broke me because there's some order of operations that I wasn't getting right, where they chamfer something and then extrude a little something off of that, and then they chamfer that, and then they fillet something on that, and then they chamfer the sides of the fillet. It was nuts. It just made absolutely no sense to me. And without getting that right, I couldn't get a good reverse engineer of the part. I'm gonna have to come back and revisit it with like a microscope and just like a bigger pot of coffee. They've not invented a pot of coffee large enough for me to reverse engineer this product. I would like to get a model of the Atomic kit though, so that I know how to mount a body to it and make it look good. And then the 3D models that I've been looking at for that are the Lancia, which is my current obsession in cars. Not to the degree where I'm going to learn anything meaningful about the company. It's just I like the shape of the RC cars. So all the way up here, I have back panel, and this is a reserved thing that I measured the chasm under which this device is going to live. We can take some lessons here from the RC car project. I don't have to do this quite the same way as I did this panel, although maybe I should just to keep it consistent. I don't know if I'll be able to fit that stuff in here, but we need to figure out what the dimensions are going to be like. And whoa, I almost knocked over my glass. I always do that. I can have a plastic piece that inserts into this and just sort of sticks in this area, or I can have a panel that will screw in and maybe I can unscrew it to move it, but we'll have to see what we have available to us here in terms of mounting. So let's get this thing semi put together so that I can see what we're up against. And then when I build the next level, I could just like build it out on the bench. I don't have to actually have it on this. It'll just plug into the stack. It's going to be a big stack of stuff. You're doing the research. Oldest data sheet I could find for the INA 1X9 was 2000. I'm sure it's older. Doesn't have any fancy stuff like digital output. Yeah, all right. That makes sense, because it was the early 2000s that I was messing with the drone stuff, so mid 2000s probably. Actually, that was 2010. Jeez. A lot of these chips are, man, I don't know. Being an old dude on the internet is weird. All right, so let's get all this stuff together. See what it all looks like. It's starting to kind of shape up as a thing. I'm trying to get hardware done because I'm going to get bogged down in software, and I think a lot of the software I would like to be doing on my own, but I want that hardware to be there so that I have something visceral to program against. It'll keep me going. Keep me going. Man, I have been way too addicted to Abiotic Factor lately. I have played a lot of hours into that game now. And I had a friend message me in the middle of it. I was like, is this game any good? And I'm like, no. No, it's terrible. Don't get addicted to it. But he was like, well, if you want to co-op it sometime, I'm like, I'm not starting this game for a third time. It's already such a hyper time sink. And the problem is, this is an old friend trying to reconnect. I felt really bad about that. Being like, no, I really can't. I can't keep playing this game all the time. We got to find another co-op game that we'll be able to play, so I can reconnect with an old friend. But I've been like turbo addicted to that game. That's been way too much fun. Crafting games in general. I mean, like, everybody's playing Satisfactory now that the update's out. And I don't know if I could do it again. I don't know if I have it in me. I could just look at streamers playing it and go, yes, I remember that. without being so sunk in it that I'm sneaking playing the game. Nobody's around. I can get 10 minutes of Satisfactory in. It's fucking addicting, man. I'm waiting for the bug fixes. Are there a lot of bug fixes? I was just seeing a couple of streamer boys were playing it. All right, put that all the way up to the side, and then, wow, there's barely any room for the nuts. Do I have nuts? Don't answer that. I thought I had nuts. Where are my nuts? Do you have my nuts? Are the nuts in the room with us right now? There's usually another patch. I saw they fleshed out a lot of the like interstitial stuff for their game. You know, like there's way more voice lines and stuff. You even get like an explanation about Sommersloop. So it might be interesting to actually play on a standpoint of getting the plot together. But yeah, if it's buggy, I don't want to jump straight into it. And I also have like 300 hours into that game already, and it's not like before 1.0. So it was like 200 and something when I did the streams on it, which were fun. No spoilers. I don't know enough to spoil. And the streamers that I saw playing didn't actually like stand for listening to anything that was going on. So I didn't get any information off of that. So you're safe here. This is not a place of spoilering. But I mean, man, I got like 280 hours into that game without 1.0. There's a little bit more room for the bolts. All right, let's get this thing put together. I want to semi-put this thing together so that things are in sort of the right place, and then we can figure out what our 3D print's going to look like. And then that'll only take like 40 minutes to print. That's going to be a quick print. So the faster we can do this, the faster we can continue our work, our dark deeds. Yeah, I have been lurking with some channels lately, and Louis was doing some retro gaming and stuff. Keeping up that good work. If anybody wants to check out another streamer, definitely check out Lunatic Live. 293. I gotta see what the number is. It's probably a little lower than I thought, but it is definitely in the mid 200s. If I'm gonna be as conservative as possible, it's in the mid 200s. Oh yeah, that's right. You can actually see that. I'm streaming right now. I'm streamus. I can't. 221. It's in the low 200s. Damn it. Well, that is gonna balloon into like 500 if I play 1.0. So I might as well wait. The problem is the temptation, the ever temptation there to go in and build a desert base again. And I've got some further ideas about how to organize my stuff, and maybe I should use trains. I'm not quite that artistic that I want to totally use trains, but I think using trains, you build like a starter base. I kind of want to take a week off of work. You come back completely pale. I thought you were going on vacation. Oh yeah. Yeah, I brought the laptop with me. The hotel was so nice, I just didn't leave. Like, I don't know, in terms of organizing things, I think what I need to do is do a basement, like a big basement. Basically the same thing I did on the playthroughs on Twitch, the ones that I uploaded to YouTube. do the sub-basement thing and build vertically in order to do different categories of stuff, but then have twains and basically factory buildings that do one specific thing for each building, and have the twains carry around all the supplies for everything. I don't know if I'll like fall into the resources properly to make that happen, how to progress into that. I think progressing into that is going to be an important thing. So you have to do like a starter base that you then have to move somewhere else. A friend of mine was so into that game that he did the, what is it, the 7x7 challenge or whatever, where you can only build vertically on one single plot. There were a couple exceptions to that challenge, but it was crazy. That's what you tried doing last time? I thought I was super clever for having the sub-basement for all the routing of stuff. And it's funny because something about Satisfactory, and I wanted to mention this on Brett's stream, but I also don't want Brett to be like mad that there's another streamer hanging out. I hang out in people's streams and I just don't want them to get annoyed with me. They seem to get very annoyed about people having the partner badge when like chatting in stream when you're not one of their friends. It's like dirty. It's dirty to them. I love it. I love it when other streamers pop in here because it lets me know the breadth and width of what Twitch is doing, what people are doing on Twitch, and what Twitch is doing with people on Twitch. I love it. I would never have it any other way. But I've seen some people be a little bit weird about it. It's like, maybe you need to learn how to stream, buddy. But so anyway, I wanted to talk about, yeah, that method of doing stuff. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. The factory buildings, you might have given me the idea. What we had in our desert base was a big umbilical of all the stuff coming through, and that was its own building. It was just this big supply umbilical coming through. That could have been a train. That could have just as easily been a train that would, you know, where the resources are, you build a factory building, and then that produces one thing. So you'd have multiple screw buildings, a train would come by, put everything into a hopper, bring it over to the big production facility where you combine things together. And then all that spaghetti mess is in a sub-basement, and the floors above it are where all the stuff is. I don't know how you would go from there, though. And what I heard some people talking about, like on Reddit, they were talking about doing like a building that would just have your, basically like your inventory. So you would have all of the containers, a train would come in and supply those, and then take things out to other building areas, other factory buildings. I think that would be a really cool way to do it, and I think it would do good organization. Although Factorio, here I am talking about all of the addictive games. In Factorio, what I would love to do is an omni-belt where anything goes. You need to tech up to computers very quickly to do that. But I'd want to do like just the worst thing in all of the factory games, and that's mixing the belts. I would want to just lean into that and just mix the belts completely. Oh, that'd be so fun and funny and stupid. You just have any supplies flying anywhere and then selective grabbers. And then at the end of the Omni belt, you would just throw it all out. Just so that the belt would keep moving. These crinkles that I'm putting around the cables, I think, are fighting against me. I don't think they're actually a very good idea. Well, we'll have to figure that out later. A lot of stuff that I'm saying that about. I say that about a lot of things. I have many projects, and all of them are in weird states. I now have bad ideas faster. So yeah, this will go in here like this, and that'll have the Arduino on it. Technically, I could think about having a USB plug here. Burn me, says Fadanon, subbing at tier 3. You're going to be responsible for burning yourself. Just go get like a lighter or something. 66 months. The devil, you say? The devil, the devil. We've got the number of the beast over here. Thank you for the 66 months, Fadanon. I really appreciate that. Tier 3 subs insane. That's insane. I'm glad you support what I do, all this irreverent inanity. Yeah, so this is how this is going to be. There's going to be another level on this thing. And then a level above that that gets a little bit too close. We'll see how low this level can be. I could have the microcontroller stick back here 3 months and then I can stop. Oh, I'm finally free. What's that song from the horny bonk meme? I don't see. I can lower the top level, then it'll get in the way of all the cables, or I could have the microcontroller stick out the back, and that would be where I have to plug into it. You just need to come up with ideas that are worse than your first ideas. Then your first idea is brilliant. That's true. If you go directly down, you can pretty much just sway the pool of ideas. We could maybe put a ladder there, or build a space elevator. It's like, oh yeah, let's do the ladder. That's a great idea. All right, let's see here. So side panel, I guess we're going to leave it the way it is. I'm going to try to make the microcontroller accessible from the side, because I don't think I'm going to use this in conjunction with a computer all the time. As such, like if I did a side like USB-C plug, that would be good if I was using it with a computer all the time. But the computer can't necessarily provide all the power for the modules. Even though it is USB-C, I don't have like outward-facing USB-C plugs that are fully capable on this computer, which is an unfortunate thing because it is a new standard and it'll start to show up more and more. But generally, the USB-Cs that I have that would be able to run this are directly from power supply bricks. So having a USB-C plug that can do power and data, well, those are hard to find. But having two USB-C plugs, I guess that's good. I could try to fit it in, but I don't really think it's gonna, well, it'll definitely fit on the panel if I put it above. But then I would have to do plastic into the standoffs, and I'd have to do wires coming from it and have a plug on this thing. Maybe I do that though. Nah, maybe I do that. I should probably put an LED next to this one so that when you plug power into this one, it lights up so that you know so you know power's there. If I have an LED on this thing that lights up to say that you've got the USB-C plugged in, you know you're wasting energy because this thing, I can't turn it off directly. I don't have a shutdown on that. There's no shutdown pin on that. The IC probably has one, but the IC has its markings scraped off. So, and the power switch turns off the power coming in from the barrel or this. Not after them, not before them. All right, so well, let's get some ideas of where stuff is on this thing, and where's my other USB plug? Because we're going to need that. Actually, do we have like a Thingiverse part on that? That would be very helpful. Let me see if I can find it. I have USB jacks. We'll just do it by measurement. I don't necessarily need to pull in 3D models for everything, but it is helpful to have some. So let's see here. And I think I have the barrel jack in my parts somewhere. We'll take a look in a minute. First, let's go to GrabCAD. grabcad.com/library. Purveyor of just anything. Look at that. Beautiful. These, what the hell? What are you doing? A DR2C 1022 drum remix. I don't know why we're making remixes. What in the hell is this stuff? Yeah, it's just all kinds of stuff for engineering in GrabCAD. It's wonderful, wonderful site. Herman Miller, Equa visitor chair. Horse visitor chair? What are they naming this crap? All right, anyway, we are searching the library for USB-C breakout. Oh, there's nothing. There's nothing. Let's make 2 words. There we go. This is close to what we have. Do we have a better model? This looks like a really good one. How close is that? Actually, where did my USB-C breakout go? I was going to show it, but I need to find it first. I need to find it first. There it is. It was under stuff for all of those of you playing at home. The markings do look very similar, don't they? Apart from having rounded edges on the PCB, they still have the same exact style of silkscreen marking as this part. This one is the better of the models. Oh, I just clicked on OBS. Oops. I wish you could unchamfer things in CAD. Well, maybe there will be a step that does that. This one looks like more of a faithful reproduction with smaller holes. And this one's more of a visual reproduction of it. Oh, it looks like did they just colorize that one? That also looks very close to what I have in terms of, well, yeah, basically everything. So they even have the marking on the edge. Oh, why do you guys even have accounts? Are these just like auto-generated? Utterly ridiculous. And that website is probably already dead. Gotta go in and delete the message in Social Streamblade. We're at like 30 viewers, right? That's usually when they come out to play. 48, okay, yeah, that's 50 viewers is like the sweet spot for these fucking things. How could you live with yourself like that? I mean, like, I could today, I could sign up for ViewBots. Oh, my Stream Deck froze, hold on. I could sign up for those ViewBots today. Nothing bad would happen to me, except maybe if somebody complained about it, which is fair. And I would have tons of viewers, but it would be so hollow. I just don't understand. I don't know. Some streamers have probably propped themselves up on ViewBots and gotten away with it and made like a small name for their channel in the process. It would be just as empty as this, yeah. Except that, wait, did it just freeze again? Oh, it almost froze. Stay alive, stay with me. There we go, now we're back. Yeah, it would be, the chat would be just as dead as it is here, but I'd have like 500 people watching. And then that would put my stream further up in science and technology, and that would draw in more real viewers, and then the real viewers would start chatting and would all blend together, and it'd be like, this chat's a little slow, that's weird. There's 1.5K people here, and the chat has like a message every now and then. Weird. And then nothing would happen, because Twitch does dick all to clamp down on that, and I really think they should clamp down on that harder. But I could do that. I could do that today. I don't know. I have something called integrity. A little something I like to call integrity. But nobody would be able to prove anything. And then these stupid bot messages would persist with the stupid little buy chatters, this website. Stupid. Some of these breakout boards don't work when you plug in upside down, because for some reason the USB-C doesn't automatically connect the two sides. D- and D+ I see are going to 2 pins. It might actually connect both sides on this particular socket, because it doesn't look like it has as many pins as some of the other ones. Just in time for bot harassment. Yeah, this is a certain time to every stream where we hit that that sweet spot, apparently, of you know, just enough viewers that they think that the streamer can be easily morally corrupted into paying for bots. It's interesting too, because it gets to a level where I see regular chatting, and if I had 1,000 viewers, people might not bat an eyelash to it. But I'm not gonna do that. That'd be so slimy. I don't like this person's 3D model, and I know that's me being judgy, but I think I want the better looking model. That's very shallow, Bother. I know it's very shallow. I think I want this one. It has the same dimension from what I can understand, from what I see in the pinouts and stuff. They're all just copying each other anyway. The people who create it. Shallow and pedantic. It insists upon itself. ViewBots. Unfortunately, there are many people out there that do pay for the bots. That's what that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, it's really obnoxious because, you know, I have earned my viewers by clawing them together. I have spent a great level of effort to create the crab bucket that you guys keep yourself contained in, and I just shortcutting that would be funny, but I mean, I could make it a like one of our projects. I bought ViewBots. Let's buy ViewBots this stream. I make an account that's totally isolated and I buy a bunch of ViewBots just to see what would happen. That's what we're doing today. That's my science and technology. None of us are bots. I don't know what you are thinking. This is an insult to me, not a robot. Where is GrabCAD? What happened to GrabCAD? Is it safe? Oh, did I just close the Control-Shift-T? I was not thinking on all cylinders there. I gotta log in. My doctor, because I haven't been there for a year, denied my prescription that I've been taking since I was 15. Obnoxious. Free us from the bucket. No. Keep everybody around you from being free of the bucket, okay? That's my challenge to you. I bet you guys can't keep all the other crabs in the bucket. Willow.png. We have a Willow emote. I have a Willow emote. Why is that a link? Oh, because you put a period in there. And if you say DOT, like if I disable links in the chat, boy, I know some streamers that used to just have like just porn blatantly in the chat, and Twitch eventually like banned it, and so the streamer had to be like, you can't post that in the chat. We got to stop. But so they disable links, and then the bots are tuned in so that if you put DOT instead of dot, it'll still eliminate the link. It'll say, you tried to post the link. You're not allowed to do that. I have links enabled because my chat is incredibly well behaved. And obviously, if you post anything really terrible, I will ban you. But people typically are polite and they ask. And as long as the links are relevant, totally fine. Yes, you are. I know you contradict literally every definitive thing that I say has to be contradicted by my chat. And I don't want you guys to intentionally do that, because there are some people that do that just for the sake of it. Yeah, it's a Monty Python sketch. But all right, let's see. So we downloaded that part. We need to put it into Fusion. So I need to open this up and stop getting distracted by chat. Where is my downloads folder? Treatix USB-C, extract to that folder. And we're just going to put it in this directory for this project. I'm going to upload, and I'm going to upload I guess we got an F3D and we've got a step. I'm going to do the F3D file because I think that'll take the material information over with it, so we don't get just a gray box. That is a Kids in the Hall sketch. What is it my mother always told me? Don't put salt in your eye. Don't put salt in your eye. He goes, ah! Do. Treatix, USB-C. Oh, that uploaded very quickly. That's nice. Bonk. And there it is. Our USB-C board, looking good. All right, so let's go ahead and put it to the right orientation. I probably should not have put this sketch on this axis because it's going to be really weird to look at the side panel this way. It probably would have been better off on the actual like axis that the panel was going to be on. We'll suffer through, but it's going to be very annoying because generally the top and side and bottom are supposed to be a certain way. The tinkering EE. Hold on, let me just get this into a spot. It doesn't need to be in exactly the right spot. Click OK, and then I'll thank you for the sub. Tier 1, 6 months in advance. 6 months in advance. That's the second time that's happened in 2 streams. That's incredible. 6 months, and you're doing that for September, so you save money on all of them. Welcome to September, where everybody suddenly becomes an ad read. Yeah, no, it's super awesome. Thank you so much for 6 in advance. And you're saving money on that. I'm still getting the same amount of money on that. Everybody wins. This is a good promotion. I like that kind of promotion. It's totally harmless for them to do. I don't have to read ads to you. I don't have to serve ads to you. I don't have to deal with some weird new feature like my my Twitch wanted me to knock on other people's streams. And I'm like, what happens if I click this button? Is Tomato gonna like come and get me after it? Because it'll make him so mad. Because it would make him so fucking mad if some new Twitch feature had something pop up on screen that another streamer wants to drop in on you unannounced. Can you imagine that? Why did they think that was a good feature? Why did Twitch, that's not a good feature to auto-enable. It's the opposite of a good feature. Having somebody else jump in on my chat would be a nightmare. He'll just send Katie after me. Yeah, that's true. That's what he'll do. He'll be totally in person. He doesn't know who the fuck I am. It's fine. All right, so let's get back to this. That's the wrong scene. That's the wrong scene. They were doing weird stuff there. Okay, so we need to find a barrel jack, and I believe these standard barrel jacks, I think I already have a Fusion 360 part for the standard barrel jack. What we're going to do is bring this stuff in and then position it, and then we can build the panel around it. That is a sweet work desk you have there. This is my shop. This is literally all that I own. I based these tables off of... Based on what? I based these tables off of what I used in previous lives. So the IED reverse engineering job, we had these butcher block tables from Global Industrial. Actually, I don't know where they came from, but I got these from Global Industrial at great expense. But then I was able to get what we had in the IED job, which are these risers, and one of them has a plug strip on it, which is really nice for testing circuits about. And so all this stuff that I have is everything I own in this world. It's all surrounding me right now in this one room of the house that used to be a gym. We put down vinyl flooring. And by the way, it is good that we put down vinyl flooring and not any kind of real wood, because I have multiple times dropped a vise on it and put a dent in the floor. So it's good that I have that cheap flooring that we can just replace when we're done. But yeah, it's everything, including what should have been a brewing table and is now just extra project storage, as well as Burn the Subs, which is going to be a board that will burn the names of subscribers to the channel. We got the milling machine there, and that got its own table. That was after I started building this up as a shop. I had just a simple little drill press sitting there. And then I won something called the Reddit Millionaire Makers Contest, right? The Reddit Millionaire Makers Contest. And so people got to donate, but because I'm the most white bread, bearded, I'm just another bearded white guy on the internet. So not a lot of people were very compelled to donate to yours truly. So I got about $1,500 out of that and almost an entire Bitcoin. My Bitcoin got stolen. My account, the two-factor stuff came out like well after I made a Reddit account. And there was a big leak from Reddit Incorporated back in the day. So unbeknownst to me, somebody had all of my credentials, and my credentials were connected to my account because back then, people were donating directly to your Reddit. Like if you said something funny, people would just give you a Bitcoin. I had almost a full Bitcoin out of that Millionaire Makers thing right when it was starting to take off. And it all got stolen. So I have 0.1 of a Bitcoin somewhere and a lot of regret. I got to see it go all the way up to 20,000. Wherever the fuck it is right now, it's split and now it's up there again. Yeah, it stings a little bit every now and then. At least I didn't sell a bunch of Bitcoin. Yeah, at least I didn't buy a pizza for 500 Bitcoins. But so anyway, instead of like paying a bill with that money, I decided to turn it into something. So I bought the Sieg X3, and then that took over this entire table. This would have been a great place for me to have an equipment wall, like have all the blinking lights on one wall. But yeah, bet the thief didn't give the money to the poor. It got routed all around. I tried to run the numbers on it, but I don't know what you do. If somebody steals a Bitcoin, you're just shit out of luck. There's not much you can do about it. I sold 8 BTC for something total, for the sum total of that. Damn. I could sell my 0.1 Bitcoin right now and make a tidy payout. Although I think there would be a bunch of taxes on it. I generally just ignore it because when I'm like 70 years old, maybe I'll sell the 0.1 that I have. I don't even know if the exchange where it exists is still in existence. It might be gone. I might not have anything. I had a bunch of Doge too. I know a friend of mine is like living based on that income. He just borrows against it or something. Weird way to exist. It's a weird way to exist. What's hot over there? Where's that heat? What is that? Hold on a second. Now I'm curious. There's a weird heat source somewhere. Oh, it's the webcam. Yeah, the webcams get quite toasty. I don't think that's a sweet life, because I've found that my friend has degraded a little bit in terms of how smart he sounds. I don't know. And I've had other friends ask about him, like, did you notice a change? And I'm like, yeah, I did. He's a good friend though. He's a really cool guy. Anyway, so yeah, I think he needs to, I don't know, something. No, he doesn't need to do anything. He can live his life the way he wants. I'm not his dad. Yeah, anyway, this is everything that I own in life. I sort of gathered it into this room after I got fired from a position in Philadelphia where I was doing medical device design, sort of surveying. I was the systems engineer that came in and said, hey, you know, there's actually a product for that that's way smoother and easier. And they said, wow, that's really neat. And then they ignored everything that I had to say. Like, oh, Sony Handycams, maybe you guys should be using some Blackmagic devices, some more professional video things to go into surgeries. And they said, wow, thanks. And then they ignored me. And it's like, you have Sony Handycams that you're putting on tripods in a surgical center? Like, what the fuck? What are you doing? They summarily ignored me. They put me on certain tasks and expected me to immediately turn around and improve their process while also ignoring me. And so they fired me. So I was like, I'm going to buy a house. And then I went, I'm going to pay for my Cobra health insurance so I don't die. And then I said, I'm going to live without any money in my account on public health insurance. And now there's this gap in incomes where I'm making money off of Twitch. It's great. I love it. It keeps me busy. But most of the money just gets, you know, thrown back into the shop. And then if I make over a certain amount, there's this gully where I can't quite afford my supplies and I become a burden to my entire family until I can make enough that I can pay for insurance, because I'm diabetic. I have a lot of durable medical good costs. Isn't the system great? It's so broken. Anyway, I don't mean to gush about that. I'm just talking about random stuff while we do CAD. And it's not really that random. This is just why my life is where it is. What I'm doing is I'm trying to keep from being asked the question that people ask. Is they basically want all that detail immediately because they see me doing this kind of stuff and they say, how can I get there? And the way you can get there is by failing. So brutally that, yeah, anyway. I am not a success. I just smile a lot and have fun. All right, so we need to find this switch. We need to find a barrel jack. So we're looking for a barrel jack before I get completely distracted. Too late. I'm already there. Okay, all the way up here, and we're looking at my electronics parts. So we're getting out of this folder and we're going into, where are we going into? Admin. Oh God, where is this folder? I wish I could organize this better. This is all very badly organized. Like, why do some of them have like pictures on the logo? Admin project. 3D parts models. And I need to reorganize a lot of this stuff because I've been streaming for many, many years. And the accumulation of parts per project happens very quickly. So what we are looking for, oh, here are the power supply boards. Pololu is the company where I really like on very serious projects, I will use Pololu power supplies because they use very nice power equipment and they put it on a nice simple breakout board for you, right? And so you're spending a little bit of money. They're like 20, 30 bucks for a power supply, but you know that your power supply is able to put out multiple amps into a big project and it's going to be the cleanest power available to technology. So the Pololu boards, the other advantage of them is that they have very, very good 3D models. First time chat. Michael's on. There we go. Michael's on. Calgon, take me away. Oh, there's a boomer reference. But yeah, Pololu has really nice 3D models. So if you're trying to do like what we're doing is basically like a module layout, you can really plan it out using their stuff. And I've done, well, in the future, I will be doing a circuit board for the steering wheel project that will use these models. Cool stuff. Anyway, all right, moving on. I think there's a barrel. There's not a barrel jack in here. Did I use a barrel jack on one of my other projects? If I haven't, then we got to go to GrabCAD. We got to go to GrabCAD, I think. That is a dude's name? What's the dude? Not much. What's dude with you? Laugh track. All right. Bonk. What in the... Okay, where would I have used a barrel jack? Where would I have had a battle jack? Vector art, stream projects, personal projects. No, nothing there. Merc wheel doesn't use one. Sorry, Dutch. My family is actually Dutch. My dad did the whole genealogy thing. Listen, in America, you have all kinds of different people, and it's fun to relate to people using your ancestry. I know a lot of Europeans can't handle that for some reason. Battlejack. No, I was quoting Generation Kill from HBO. No, but in America, you meet somebody and they go, "I'm from X," and you go, "Oh, I know X. I'm from Y," and you go, "Oh, that's neat." And that's pretty much it. It kind of informs you. But my dad did the whole genealogy thing to figure out exactly what our lineage is. A lot of visiting old churches for their logs, I guess. And he found out that somehow we relate back to the Blavelts and then back to the Dutch. That's all I know. 2020 cut helpers? No, that's for 3D part, no library. DB15, these are all panel mount things that I don't have library parts for. So Fusion Eagle puts all of the electronic stuff into the CAD stuff. And so it gives us kind of an ability to create a circuit board and then design around that for our 3D printed parts. It's a really nice workflow. I like it a lot. It is unfortunately way more annoying if you don't have what I have, which is an educational license. If you're in school, you can get an educational license. You can also just buy it straight out. It's a little expensive. I really wish it was as cheap as Eagle used to be, and I wish it wasn't a subscription service, because I hate both of those things. You can also enroll for a community college remote course in CAD, and that's cheaper, and then you get a free version. But if you're making money off of it, I guess you have to. Technically, I am teaching you guys CAD. It doesn't look like we have a barrel jack in any of these. I could have sworn I got a barrel jack from something. I don't think the Merc wheel had a barrel jack. There's all kinds of weird crap in here. Barrel jack, barrel jack. Now we could always make the part ourselves. It's just I always like to have somebody else's comprehensive and detailed 3D model. That was a bark I just heard from another room that didn't sound like Willow. Did that come from outside? It was like a small dog bark. That wasn't a Willow bark. Did a small dog break into my shop? Octopedal 2000. No, that used a USB plug. Kind of want to get a SolidWorks subscription now that they've introduced the hobbyist thing. That's right, they do have a hobby level too. They have a hobby level. I don't make enough money to do that, so I have to continually bend the truth in order to get an educational version. Although technically, I am educating. I am teaching you guys the processes here, and I'm popularizing their product on a streaming platform for as many as 50 people, five or six of which are actually watching their screens. So technically, I'm not in the wrong, although I don't think it would go well for me in court. A free version of Fusion, but I guess that's even more limited. Yeah, you have to work around the limitations, and I kind of wish that I was kicked out of the educational so that I can confirm I'm not watching. You're Mr. Negativity. You're so negative. Negative, negative, negative. We're trying to have fun. Everybody's trying to have fun. So yeah, if I use the free version, I could show you guys sort of weaseling around the limitations on the free version. You know, you can't use other plugins, and there's stuff that you have to do in order to keep your number of files that are active low. I work for a university. Yeah, you might just be able to just fill stuff out. I'll tell you right now that they don't ask too many prying questions. The rest of my extrusions finally showed up. God damn, those pieces are long. Yeah, when I was working on Burn the Subs, I was buying stuff at like 1,500 millimeter increments. And let me tell you, those are some tall packages that came in the mail. Now I have 1,500 millimeter rails that I can't use, and I have to cut them down, which is why I got a handheld, battery-powered angle grinder. That doesn't sound like Autodesk. They didn't require me to like give them a student ID or anything like that. Just try, you know? They can't arrest you for trying. Wait, they can absolutely arrest you for trying things in general. They can't arrest you for trying to sign up for software. I don't think they can do that yet. The legal framework is going to be pretty complicated around something like that. So you can try. That is the wrong, you guys are not, that is a private view. That's a private view. You guys aren't allowed to look at that. Please stop looking at that one. I beg of you. Then beg. Okay, so let's get our other parts in here. We're gonna have to go to GrabCAD for a barrel jack. I could have sworn that I actually downloaded a barrel jack from GrabCAD. I could have sworn. But so back to library, and let's do. Now I think the best term that we have for it is barrel plug or barrel jack. Wonder how many various programs I can get for free with an academic email. I didn't even need the academic email, I'll tell you that much. Barrel jack. Well, shit. There's a lot of stuff here. Oh, I'm sorry. I uttered a word that is an evil curse word. Can you believe someone like me cursing? Apparently it's anathema, and I should be both tried and thrown into one of those French sub-castle prisons where they barely ever feed you because I've uttered a curse word on the internet. The adification, the advertisification of the internet has made it so that curse words are now banned. And there were two things that drew me very strongly to Twitch in the early days. And one of them was that you could curse online. You could just say whatever the fuck you wanted. Two, very few ads. The people were paying the streamer, and the platform got a cut, and everybody was happy. What are various programs I can get? Oh, I already read that one. This looks like generally the size of jack that we have. Arduino DC barrel jack 2.1 millimeter for KiCad. They're very available. You can get them on Amazon for like $1. Oh no, I'm so offended. Yeah, you should hear the guys I work with. Seriously, like, you know, we're not, well, we are kind of eggheads. We are kind of eggheads that are held in higher regard. We're supposed to wear button-down shirts and look professional so that the bigwigs can tour people through the offices in suits. Stupid. Really, your engineers should be the most comfortable people in the world. Let them wear whatever the fuck they want, right? I kilt Fridays, like, fuck it, free balling. We're all free balling. One of my friends is doing a Fallout 3 no-hit run, and I think they're on drugs. call human services on them. Sir, are you on drugs? I guess that's between them and the stream. Yeah, when did getting offended become something that you can fight people with? 2,000 millimeter? Holy shit. Yeah, I've still got the here's the 1500s down here. I still have to cut them, but these are 1500 millimeter big rails. I'm wondering if I want to just not cut them and then have my really super accurate CNC project be expandable. I'm trying to build a CNC, and I'm trying to use these gear reductions with the motors that previously were going to go into Burn the Subs. Instead, I'm using my router to get basic components together and use these servos with a Granite Devices controller in order to make a super supremely accurate CNC. The thing is, though, with an accurate CNC, I am going to be chasing demons with this thing because there's going to be slop in literally everything. So that reduction might be redundant. I might need to get rid of those reductions. I work from home. Nobody cares what I wear or if you wear eyebrows. I had my hot dog t-shirt at the office yesterday. Another guy had a hoodie covered in rubber ducks. As long as we wear clothes, they don't care. That's good. I did consulting. That was the big thing. It was technically consulting, where we reverse engineered the IEDs. And so we all had to wear, we had just one level above the client. So the client came in t-shirts and shorts. And so we had to wear button down and khakis. It was such showboating for what we were actually doing. It's like, can I just, it's not like I dress offensively. I've fallen into kind of a uniform in my old age. In my ancient old age, I've fallen into, well, if I just throw a flannel on, I can wear whatever I want below the belt, and it doesn't matter. So I just buy flannels now. That's all I do. Anyway, okay, so we need a couple more components. I need the MIDI plug. I need the other USB, and I don't know if I'll be able to find that. USB-C power supply. And then I need my weirdo narrow power plug. Now the DC barrel jack, we're just gonna double check that it's what this thing says it is. CAD files, render, post, blah, 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 website. They say 2.1 millimeter, huh? So let's just check on that. We can do this in Fusion too. I don't know where they got 2.1 millimeter from, because this is 6 millimeters. What's up, Madam? I'm talking all kinds of bullshit today, so if I say something that's wrong, it's just to test you. Let's see here. This doesn't, what dimension of this is 2.1? Here we go. That's what I need. Is the pin 2.1? 6.4, and then 6.5 millimeter from the base. 6.52. Yeah, this is the right size. Okay, so this is indeed the jack that I have. Although the pins vary a little bit, the external pins. I am offended you always wear socks. I hate to show feet on camera, because that's essentially what you just did. You just asked me to show feet on camera. Not only do I wear socks, I wear socks and Crocs. I'm in rubber shoes, motherfucker. In socks. Get on my level. Hoop. Usually I have good shoes, but they're up at the front door, so for dog walking. Ah, where'd it go? Okay, there's our thing. We're gonna get this one. Next. Oh, they put KiCad logo up in the corner, huh? Oh, you little show-offs with your KiCad parts. I could find one that isn't KiCad. I could do that. Where is that? Where's the non-KiCad? There we go. Yeah, it's too shiny, but it is. That's the right thing. I offended you. Please don't offend me. It's against my religion. Are your socks ESD rated? They're quite the opposite, in fact. It gets dry down here. It's during the winter. I actually have little humidity and temperature. It's just a little display that you can like magnet onto stuff. And so I've got one sitting in the middle of the room, and behind it is a humidifier. So I've got one of those ultrasonic humidifiers, which aren't that great for like, you're basically releasing tiny little particles, and if those get in your lungs, it's not great. It's good though to do in the really dry months here, because it'll release that stuff, and it's up in the middle of the room. So before those beads hit anything and get it wet, they're able to evaporate into the atmosphere here. And so I do that because sometimes my fabric chair will create more static than God himself can create in the skies. I will end up putting a 1-inch arc into stuff. I had a carbon fiber rod that I kept next to my computer because it hurt to discharge static. So I'd hold on to the rod, and because carbon fiber conducts, real carbon fiber conducts, you can take an ohm meter to it and get a couple ohms test across it. And then I would hold on to the rod and tap stuff with it. It would go psh, and then that would dissipate over my whole hand instead of a tiny point source on like a finger. So sometimes that pin style will fit breadboard holes. Yeah, I had to do a little work. The ones that I bought have thinner pins. This is the pin style where they have like big wide pins that and they've got that little hole in it too for getting just like if you want to loop a wire around it or something. But I don't know. The style that I bought was breadboard size, but it's still roughly the same dimensions for all of these. So we got that. Now I need to find the more specialized things, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. Technically, this plug right here is called a 5-pin DIN socket. That's what this is called. This is a 5-pin DIN socket. However, this is also known as a MIDI plug, though MIDI has migrated to now just being on a 3-pin headphone plug. Same communication, different plug, and then multiple different styles depending on the manufacturer, because nobody could decide on anything. Everybody wanted to jump into that headphone connector style of MIDI, because this, albeit a 5-pin DIN plug, it does only use ground and then two of the signals. It's like ground, power, and signal is all it does. So anyway, I only think it uses 2. It uses ground and signal. We don't 5, and then we only use 2 of them. There happens to be a ground on it also, like a second ground. So we've moved over to headphone plugs, but now the manufacturers can't decide on what the tip, ring, and shield are supposed to be doing in that system. So I'm going to do a 5-pin DIN, and anything else can use an adapter. 5-pin DIN, the problem is, this one's a really nice little panel mount connector, right? I'm hoping I can find the exact one of these, but I might be SOL. At uni, there was a filing cabinet right by the door of the student study space. I would always get a static shock from walking past it. Oh God, can you imagine like going to a technical institute for like, learning how to build electronics, and yet everything is statically charged? You would just be going through computer equipment like nothing. I guess some people are more religious about their ground straps than I am. I don't like using a ground strap. I use a wireless ground strap. I can't show it on Twitch or I get banned. Let's see here. Oh, I keep closing GrabCAD and then having like brain fart moments where I'm like, what was I doing? So we need to find a narrow panel mount on off. Cool. I think this one's a DigiKey. Sometimes GrabCAD is better for the models when it's like a big system or you want to get something that's particularly detailed. But the other method for gaining parts in my whole system is to go directly to either DigiKey or the manufacturer. If we know who the manufacturer is, some manufacturers of electronic components give insanely detailed parts models. Others don't. Sometimes you can go to DigiKey, and DigiKey also lists the model under the information for the part. So you can search DigiKey for only things that have 3D models. Sometimes they're really bad 3D models. Sometimes they're very placeholdery models. But if you can find something that somebody has made with enough detail, and enough detail for me is something like, it has to look kind of like the part and have a nice little color scheme, because I use Fusion. Fusion is a very visual program. It's got really nice looking graphics. I do that because of you guys. I like streaming things that look good. I look good, so I stream. And so I want the models to look like, nice little 3D models. Fusion has had no performance issues on the machines that I put on it, and it has very nice looking visuals. KiCad is getting there. I think KiCad could have similar visuals. I just like the simplicity of Fusion. It works in Ogres because you don't get all the functionality directly. You have to kind of drill into the systems that it has, and then things get very complicated quickly. So let's see. I like my Fusion. I really do. I know I should be using the free stuff, but I've managed to weasel my way into Fusion and a nice version of Fusion. Revolver vacuum cleaner. Listen, can we stop making inanimate objects shaped like guns? Can we do that? Can we do that favor? Because it's a really scary prospect that somebody could be holding up a vacuum cleaner and get fucking eliminated by the police for it. I have this drill, and Mahalo sent it in. It was on a wish list item, I think. But this is a little Tamiya hobby drill, and it comes as like a little kit, and it just uses one of these little Tamiya motors in the back, and it has 1 speed, and it looks like a P90.
Why does it look like a P90? And if you make it look like a P90, why are the batteries not in a little cartridge that you load from below? A lot of missed opportunities here. KiCad is very capable, but the user interface is problematic. It's that bell curve where on one side you have the dumb guy going, all CAD is the same. And then you have the smart guy going, my specific CAD is extremely capable and wonderful. And then you have the super smart guy on the other side of the bell curve going, all CAD is the same, they all have weird issues. Like, that's how it is. I can make these memes all day, but I don't because I don't feel like vomiting bullshit onto the internet. Listen, you've learned all the foibles of KiCad, but there are problems that KiCad has, and I hear about them all the time, and I don't even use the program. Let me go hide my airbrush pistol grip. Just don't wave it at the cops, I guess. I have a problem with that because then on the other side of that thing, I'm talking about a bunch of different stuff at once. I'm sorry, guys. There's a lot of gears to change here. On the other side of things, people are making guns look like Nintendo blasters and stuff, or they're putting orange tips on real guns. And it's like, stop it. You cannot do this. You have to stop doing it. You know, I made my actual real bullet firing gun look like a DeWalt drill. Like, you have to stop that. You can't do that. Do not do that. It's a terrible, awful idea. These people don't have the introspection to look into whether or not something is a terribly bad idea. What is this board? That seems like a nice board. Is this what all the kids are using nowadays? Li-ion battery charger, I see. I don't need that. We're looking for, what are we looking for? Just power switch, which is going to get us a lot of varied results. Oh, it's a thing. It's a thing. I've seen people doing it. I use more CAD programs than I can remember, and they all suck. I don't agree with. They don't all suck, but they all have their foibles, and so the one that you use is the best one. That's the best like commentary that I can have. The one that you use is the best CAD program for you. Like, and if you switch, you're gonna have a lot of troubles. As somebody like, if you're looking at my stream and you're an engineer and you've already graduated, fuck you. But if you're an undergrad engineer and you're looking into like the business and it's like, what will I be doing? Am I gonna work with CAD? The thing is, they're gonna plop you down in a chair and all the programs that you need in order to get your job done are gonna be in front of you. And they're not gonna be necessarily what you've chosen to learn. So as engineers, we're expected to just be able to suddenly, get up to speed and learn everything. Sometimes they'll onboard you for a little bit and make sure that you know what you're doing. If they don't, you're gonna be in tutorial zone for a long time. All these CAD programs sort of kind of do things the same way. I mean, I hear a lot of them use the same fundamental like engine to drive all the visuals and stuff, but I cut my teeth on AutoCAD and I continue to use it after graduating. I didn't use it for many years in industry because EEs just sit in front of spreadsheets all day. We use spreadsheets to do RF distance calculation. What? What? You're going to use Excel more than you've ever imagined. But like moving back into the hobbies and getting a CAD program, I got with what I was used to, and I learned to deal with all of the shortcomings. Everything's better than the fucking Acacia. I've never had the pleasure of working with that. I know FreeCAD very well and do lots of stuff. It sucks. So the full capability of Fusion, where it really gets into the, oh my God, this is a professional CAD software, really comes out when you start to get into the paid content, where you pay for a particular plugin, and that plugin does, like super duper analysis crap. TO92 package collection. And it's like a little army with a Ukrainian flag. What's going on? I'm looking up power switch and I'm hoping that I just stumble upon the right one. I found something that looks like it's kind of narrow and similar, but what I'm looking for really is this. It's a rounded contact with a black rocker, and I guess it's called a rocker switch. So maybe I need to call it that. And the brand is anyone. I could try E-switch, but it needs to be narrow and panel mount. I've heard of Acacia. Maybe I've used it, and it was just one of those classes that I've been repressing as a memory. Had to learn it in uni since Dassault. Dassault. I don't know what Dassault. Basalt? Isn't that like rock? Look at you. 230 volt, 16 amp. It looks like that same half size. If we can get something that's near enough as makes no difference, that would be okay. Although I don't like that that's not rounded. The part about this website is that it's not very well put together. The, what company was that? Whoa, whoa, whoa. An additive manufacturing company. Oh, they're not taking me to the right page. Yeah, they bought the website, and so they use it to host their front page, and then you have to click in to go to the library, and then you get this wonderful CAD resource. But whoever originally made GrabCAD got bought out. What's up, Minal? We're kind of hanging out and doing casual CAD. I'm making the side panel for the module testing module. It's Friday. Usually we're relaxed on Friday, but I got to go to work tomorrow, which is doing this again. For a beginner, is FreeCAD that bad? It depends on where you're starting off, I would assume. I would sort of wager that it depends on where you're starting off. Look at this. Somebody's making what the? This is kind of like the idea that we had. Only wait a sec, they've got like a switch behind it. That's interesting. That's kind of a cool idea. So you would be switching something so you could do disconnects, and then you would also be blocking the socket. You know, barrel plug on one side and that on the other, and then you switch it over and it clicks with an actual switch. Cool idea that I'm going to steal someday. This is also what I think it was Gonad had that idea when we were talking about doing the various plugs. I decided to OR them with diodes, like a civilized person. Where's House Crocs because of planer? Oh, because of planter fast. It's don't wear heels, kids. What the heck? I don't understand that comment. I feel like I got a blood clot in my brain. Company that also makes SolidWorks, but wasn't engineering back in the day. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, like Johnny Mnemonic has a credit in the title for AutoCAD because of the 3D work that was going on. They weren't originally an engineering piece of software. They were using them in movies and stuff. I guess they decided to pivot on engineering, which was very clever of them because engineers have lots of money to spend. Engineering firms have a lot of money to spend. So here's the problem with this website is that whatever they're using to put together the list of stuff blocks this part of the page. It always blocks this part of the page. The way to get around it is by stretching the page a little bit and letting it figure itself out. See, now we're fine. We can go to page 11. Ridiculous. Nerf laser pointer 2.0. Wait, can you get a cross laser module? Because I need to get that for the Poop Finder 3000. My brother got me this, probably just had for himself, this not that great thermal camera with a little screen on it. And so I've got this, it's like 2 PCBs, and I would love to find a 3D model of the thing because I want to put an enclosure around it. And so it'll just slip into a pocket, but I'd also like to put laser pointer on it so that I can, when Willow poops in high grass, you can't find it. And so when Willow poops in high grass, I'll be able to use the thermal imager, see where the laser is, and go pick up the poop. And then we'll do all kinds of labeling on it and call it Poop Finder 3000. The most technologically advanced poop finding system in existence. So that switch is a pretty good candidate for the switch that we're using, the one that we found a minute ago. And I may choose not to spend all my time looking through this very generic search that I've done. The other thing that I can look up is just do e-switch. Apparently that is more generic of a term than I would give it credit for. Same company also makes aircraft, and it's a bus company. Oh God, it's one of those. It's one of those from that recent meme, the factory meme. The factory meme has been a wonderful meme for people who are in sort of well, looking to have a zany joke and sort of know a little bit about industry stuff. You're like, haha, people are finally like keying into the fact that Yamaha makes keyboards and bombs. These comprehensive does-anything companies. Okay, eSwitch isn't really coming up with much, so we could try DigiKey, see if we can get an exact module. Right, an exact model, a model. I'm looking for a model of a switch. And so we are looking for a rocker switch. And here's where we drill down on all the details. Now, I can actually look through here and see if the manufacturer is right there and hit CAD models and hit apply. Well, that barely narrows it down. eSwitch is a big company. I have one of these. I have that. Wait a minute. I have that. I know that switch. I know that switch from right here. It's in the house. Wait, where the hell is the... There it is. There it is. Nope, that's the wrong one. We were looking at this one the other day. Where's my switches? No, that's all that stuff. That's the wrong stuff. I know that switch. I know that switch. He's me. Where did it go? I think I promptly lost it. There it is. Looks very familiar to me. We almost used this for the power supply. It's the same fucking thing. It was just a rocker on a slide. No, that's this one. That's a different one. This one has literally just a slide switch. It's just got a rocker mounted to it. Weird. Yeah, this one does make a good... This is a good... All these are pretty good. This is just archives of old stuff. And I believe a lot of these came from my buddy who had a generic switch bag from... It might have been SparkFun, I'm not sure. But like if I put this rocker in there and I just had it block the socket... All right, let's put this away. Let's stop getting... I'm getting super distracted today. It's Friday. We get to get distracted, right? You know, I spent a lifetime putting together all this stuff that I'm surrounded by, so I'm allowed to take a minute and enjoy it. The fact that I've got just such a varied compendium of thing that I just kind of squirrel away. This is getting close. Let's see if we can find the exact thing, though. It would be rounded on the edges and be a half height. So we could narrow down the search more by looking at what features eSwitch Incorporated puts into their stuff, and they would potentially be more consistent about how they list their things. Like the feature names I typically don't like to use in DigiKey searches because you're looking at a bunch of different manufacturers and they're all going to decide to do their marketing differently. So you have standardization in parts and sizes. Those are good to use. Outside of the standardization, you have features. And features are generally if I'm looking at one company's devices, which is kind of what we're doing right now. All of this stuff that I'm talking about may seem completely intuitive to you, but you're not who I'm really talking to. Those of you that know exactly what I'm talking about, and there are a few of you, I know you in chat, that know that I'm talking about the most basic shit, but there are also like a majority of my viewers who basically just say, you know, you talk funny, science man. I like how you talk. I don't know what you're saying. And those are the people that I'm hopefully reaching out to. And, you know, the people who come to me every now and then and say, Father, I've learned so much from your channel. I'm like, how? How did you learn so much? I don't understand that. It's because I stop and I break down every single fucking neuron that's firing in my synapse right now in order to do searches for these parts. Oh, damn it, I hit the wrong scene. To do searches for parts and stuff. It's stuff that a lot of people don't know how to do, and they don't know what like the strength of a lot of this stuff is. Because I often have people come to me with electronics projects, and this is what I end up doing. This is a big skill in doing this kind of thing. Bother is helpful and infuriating. Yeah, you're right. Oh, entertaining. I've misread that. All right, eSwitch Incorporated. I know you know I know you know that I know that you have a part that I need. and I'm going to find it. These are only the parts with 3D models, so if we don't find it in here, it probably exists. This is actually almost exactly it. Find one with labels on the top. Oh my god, what is that hedonistic button? Oh my god, it's that one again. I have a lot of these. Somebody must have had an account at eSwitch for whatever company I stole all of that hardware from. That's me, funny science man's talking about me. I'm the dumb one. Wait a minute. Oh no. No, I'm not, nobody's dumb. Nobody's dumb. You're not dumb for turning on this content. You might be dumb for liking me, but everybody here's smart. We got a smart chat. That looks like a fun one for like a window regulator. You can roll up and down your windows with that one. I mean, I'm pretty dumb. You're like the opposite of that, Jacose. Shut the fuck up. You lie. You're all liars. Dumb liars. On, off. I probably shouldn't just be searching through buttons. Buttons are fascinating, though. Come on. These things are... That's it. Wait. That looks a little less... That doesn't quite... Ours is like a little long... Oh, not that one. Ours is like a little larger than that. Can it beep at you? I'm gonna beep at him. I'm gonna beep! Be prepared. Beep. I might be intelligent, but I'm really dumb. Is that the same thing? The I and the O are flipped. I guess. That does look like the right one. Bring back the fart box. It's too intellectual. You're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I actually, the fart box fell down when I was taking out trash. And so I was like, oh yeah, that thing. This is a $2 button. Holy shit. That's too expensive. You're gone. Okay, how comprehensive is your 3D model? And are they going to make me log into an account? STP is the only model that we get. All right, let's see what we got. STP. Who's STP? Can Fusion do that? I think so. STP is in step. We're going to put that in the specific project folder because I think I only have one of these things. It's just a standard step file. Okay. So yeah, Fusion should be able to handle that just fine. It'll be less detailed. We're not going to get all the materials that I would want, but at least it'll be the right dimensions. What were we doing? Mod synth. I hate how all these folders get weighted the same. They're just folders in a file, I know. But these extra folders, it's like, some of these I've spent less than a minute on. Some of them I've spent months on. And they all just look like generic folder. That's fine. It's fine. We are looking at mod test mod. And that's where I'm going to upload this to. And I'm going to grab the folder. And just throw that puppy in. And then we'll take a look at the model. This upload progress is like, the uploading to this thing is, it feels like Xbox Live account transferring, that they intentionally slow down so you buy memory cards. Although they will deny that to any sort of a lawyer. We'll get the barrel jack in there too. So we have one USB, we have a barrel jack, we need MIDI, and potentially, possibly, the power supply module. I don't think the power supply module is going to be something we can find. Maybe. We'll look. It might be in there. All right, our step file should be up now. So we have our... Where the hell is it? What's it called? R6 PQR. There it is. See, this is what I'm talking about with these manufacturer 3D models. They give you everything, including the depth of the embossed text. How comprehensive. Because, I mean, they designed the product, right? So they have all this stuff. They have all these 3D models that they can put together. And sometimes these models are so detailed that you get internal structures as well. I don't know, maybe I could try doing an analysis view and see if this thing actually has components inside there. Can we get into it? Yeah, here, we're inside now. Nah, it doesn't look like they do. Although it might be, there might be some structures in there that are for like internal engineering. Because yeah, they basically just pull this off of the dudes that design it, or the people that designed it. Looks like it's literally what they're sending out to the factory. Yeah, it's like this is the model that they would transfer between the people doing the molds and the people designing the mechanics. That's what I love about it. Like, you can go on DigiKey and you can get a model that's so detailed that even the ink that they use to print the 1 and the 0 has some kind of a structure to it. All right, so that's a perfect model. Sometimes I will go in and I'll make the faces the right color, but getting into all the faces on this stuff is going to be very annoying. So, I mean, it is all just black plastic on this one, but I could do that, but we'll just leave it in sort of the gray. I'm happy with the gray. It'll be fine. Next one is the barrel jack. So we have an Arduino barrel jack. Oh my God, there's so many files. What is all this stuff? Oh, end footprint, huh? Native 3D, 3D shapes. FCSTD. That sounds like something that I don't want. DC power jack, PCB mounted. Step and whirl. Let's just try the step file, and we're probably going to have to edit it because it looks like it's got a bunch of stuff that we don't need. And I guess I could try the same method of looking through DigiKey, but I think that'll take too long. This looks amazing. Never seen this. This is a Fusion 360, and going through either DigiKey or GrabCAD, I'm able to source 3D models for the stuff that I actually have. And then we'll be able to design, using these models, we'll be able to design a side panel, and it'll be a little bit less painful than just sitting there with a pair of calipers and measuring my holes. Well, my future holes. This is the kind of stuff that I like to do on a Friday, because then I don't have to turn on my brain so hard. I was at my wit's end with this power supply. What the hell? Oh, it's the spring arm being blocked. Actually, we need just this one. I was at my wit's end with this power supply. I was about to throw in the towel on this entire project, which some of you would have been glad at, and you smug little... Anyway, I was about to throw in the towel with this thing because it was frustrating me to no end. The high side current drivers that I had bought, the other ones, the ones that I think it was Hairbrain who works for the company that made them, they did not work. That's probably on me for not reading things thoroughly through. It's not that they fundamentally didn't work, it's that the values that I put them up against, the values of the components didn't work out. The components that I was putting on were the resistors and the transistor that was required in order to do high side current monitoring with an amplifier that was able to go to voltages that were way above what VCC was. That's all well and good. I had slept on the INA 169. One of you guys in chat had suggested it, although part of what I do is cooking. I run into these problems and I tell you guys about it and I get very frustrated and then I find the solution. Having somebody suggest that well before getting there, you know, taking the full walk around the block, is not all that helpful. But they were right. The INA 169 is a more commonly used over-the-top current amplifier, current sense amplifier. You take a very small resistor indeed, and you amplify the voltage across it by differentially sensing the two voltages at the high and low side of the resistor, right? And you put that on the high side so that power goes through it. That means that your amp has to tolerate whatever voltages are on the high side. If you do low side current sensing, like some of these modules do, then you're not dealing with as high voltages. And so the top voltage is going to be your initial voltage, and the other pin is at ground. So you've got very low voltages that you can directly put into your microcontroller in order to get a sense of what current is running through that resistor, V equals IR. We needed high side because all of these modules share grounds. So I can't isolate this module unless I sense the current on the other side of the module. I'd have to do this going back to 15 volts. So I could get the amount of current through this amplifier, but then I couldn't have unamplified power inputs. I think my glucose level dropped really sharply because my hand is threatening to cramp. You can feel it. So yeah, we had to do high side current monitoring. How can V equals IR when V doesn't sound anything like IR? V is equal to so yeah, we have, what's up, Flask? How you doing? So we have high side current monitoring, and the other chip claimed that it was able to do over the top, and it was the thing that I fell upon, and I forgot that I had done drone stuff. Drone stuff loves the INA 169, at least it did back in the day. And so I have a bunch of these things sitting around. That's also what the current sensor is in my power supply project that I never used. So it turns out the INA 169 has most of the stuff to it internal, and you just have a bias resistor on the outside, which concerned me because what if when this thing senses low current versus high current, the voltages are at different levels? Well, it turns out I put up a circuit on the breadboard and it almost immediately worked perfectly, and it scaled the numbers properly. So that solved everything. And so during the time that I had kids running around the house on Thursday, I was able to put the tests together, test them, then put this together and get it fully implemented within the circuit after cleaning up all the stuff that used to be here. So there's a lot of reworking the soldering. A lot of the pads did not come up properly. They pulled up with the components. But I was able to get everything together, get them in, and now these screens give me a good sense of current, which is a little bit of a letdown, to be honest, because although I would have had to drop the voltage sensing, but I could have used these, and these probably would give me a better idea. We would open them up, and I would put like an LED or two under here so that they would glow like yellow, and then I would be able to get like an accurate up to an amp. Because if something draws more than an amp, there's something wrong with it. And if it draws less than an amp, there's also something wrong with it. We want to be somewhere in between these two. And if it draws 0.8 of an amp, that's also probably something wrong with it. I could probably write on this too. I could just like set like a threshold and be like dead. But, you know, maybe in a future project, maybe if I had to do this all again. I bought these digital screens, and the problem is the persistence of the digits on them. These multiplex the output, and that's bad for Mr. Streamer Boy, because that means that when you guys look at it, you're going to see flashing lights. It's very unfortunate. This whole device is, and the screen it's not going to be as visible to you guys, and I have my regrets. But anyway, we're going to plow ahead because I can't spend forever on the power supply for this thing. We're finishing it up by making the side panel that's going to go here and have all of these panel mount things mounted to it. Yeah, it's nice that that one part just kind of worked. Where's our panel jack? Did we get the jack in here? I think I did. Yeah, there it is. There she blows. So this is just the component. Perfect. That's exactly what I need. Good, good, good. The pin style is a little different for the one I have, so if I use this in future designs, I'll just have to be wary of that. The larger pad, a large square pad, would be just fine with this. I was hoping you had a little analog meter. What, you want to look at my little analog meter? It's very rude of you to ask. I mean, these would be nice, but if I did voltage sensing alongside of them, if I found a more miniature version of this, that would be pretty good. I think I have 2 more on the way. I think I ordered 2 more of these. So I'm gonna have 4 of those. I don't know where I'd ever use them again, but it would have been kind of cool, especially given the audio device nature of this project. It would kind of fit with that. So I'd have 3 analog meters and then this really nice VFD display doing all the graphics. And then the meters wouldn't draw away from the display. You know, there might be an 11th hour decision at some point for me to rip up this entire circuit again and turn it into analog meters. I guess I could just remove the panel and then, well, these aren't, no, because it's routing it through those and not the plugs. Can't quite do that. Anyway, I'm not gonna draw this out. I'm just gonna get this done. I've already spent enough time on that stuff. So the power supply is done. It produces all the voltages I needed to do. Might need a little tweaking, but it's ready to go. So we're gonna do the panel, and then I'm gonna drop a circuit board on top of this thing, or we can just start to plan out what the circuit board that goes on top of this thing is gonna have. That'll be the way we do. So yeah, barrel jack, check. Okay, that's good enough for me. I'm not going to belabor that one. So all we are missing, all we know is what we owe. We are missing the other, well, the MIDI jack. The MIDI and then the other USB-C. Now I could double up this one and just put this one at the same height and get a similar cutout from it. Because we're going to need special mounts for that one. This is going to have to screw onto the panel as well as the USB jack so that we can hold that thing and have wires coming out of the back of it. It will not be panel mount. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my browser, and I'm going to DigiKey. And what am I looking for? 5-pin DIN. Not MIDI, because it doesn't, you don't get the right stuff. So it is technically panel mount. But it's, when you look up DIN, you get weird stuff. Headers, male pin, DIN 14162. That's a backplane connectors. Who does anything with backplanes these days? I used to work with some stuff that did backplane connecting. Super weird. It'd be kind of neat to set up a system that uses that, though. Could you just add a camera later to overlay the display of VNA? I don't have any digital sensing of that. The power supply is separate from everything else. Servers do backplanes. He threw out my backplane. Wouldn't be housings, AC wall adapters. Doesn't make any sense. Circular connectors, that's going to be like to wire, isn't it? Technically, we're looking for, I mean, this thing technically has PCB mount pins. I mean, maybe if I search MIDI, maybe if I break down and I do search MIDI, if I just put MIDI, M-I-D-I. Okay, we get similar stuff. Codecs. Fuses, daughter, specialized. Memory modules and cards, no. Circular cable assembly, maybe. Adapters, no. Capacitors, no. Let's try circular connectors again. Why not? One item. What the God damn it. This is, I think, where GrabCAD's going to excel, because if I just put MIDI into GrabCAD, I think I'll get slightly different results, and because people don't really know what to call it. So if I just do MIDI. That's a little different from what I was looking at. And there aren't many results. Hold on, I gotta let it fix itself. There we go. How mid-E. Why did I see a cartoon character stand? What was going on there? What was that? DIN-5. Oh, they don't really, you have to use the 3D view in order to, so this is a different style connector. That's one of these jacks that goes directly to the PCB. If you want anything, could be PC mount thing. Possibly. I don't know what that means. Getting close. That gets kind of close. Like if I took that as the dimension and then I modified it with all this shit poking out of it, that gets kind of close to what this is. And it might be a similar product line. Just this one has that front flange on it. And we can put that on this part. Circular 5-pin DIN female through-hole vertical. That might be the search term. DIN plug audio project. What? No, no more projects. DIN 5 circular. Damn it. Not my tempo. Yeah, this one gets pretty close. Let's open that up in a new window. Where'd it go? There it is. Next page. That one's the other style. Pretty close, might be as close as we're going to get to this. It's just some random MIDI plug that I ordered off of Amazon. Usually if you order stuff off of a marketplace like Amazon, it's going to be a slightly more popular part. And so that leads into finding it on GrabCAD. But I don't know if that's going to be the case. Oh, look, did you guys know that the Windows Update, the little dot on the Windows Update becomes red if you ignore it for more than 3 weeks? Cube synthesizer. Oh, don't look. Don't look at the cube synthesizer. It's going to make you want to do a new project. Oh my goodness. That thing is cute as hell. A little battery operated little synthesizer, Jim John. Okay, get away. Get away from me. I can't look at you. We got pretty close with that last search term. I wonder if there's similar... More by Nick. Let's see what Nick's been making. Nick has been making 2 models. They are pretty well detailed too. Keep it up, Nick. You've done a good job. We can modify Nick's stuff. Nick is in F3D, so we can definitely modify that if we need to. I think the other place to find it would be some kind of a manufacturer. So do we have a marking on it? By the way, this stuff is very similar to what I would be doing with IEDs, is identifying all the components that make up a design individually with companies and part numbers and stuff. I was very good at ferreting out all of the information. I know, it's like, no, don't fall into temptation. Stay strong, brother. No other markings on this thing. They have no pride in the product that they've created. You guys aren't even that confident that you would put your name on it anywhere. They'll just know it's us. I got news for you. There's just like a B. That's all we get is a little, brought to you by the letter B. We're no longer asking to install it. It's probably going to do that to me eventually. Bill Gates has determined that you are going to turn on Copilot, whether you like it or not. And then you'll get mad and turn it off again. When they did that to me, by the way, on this machine, I did an update. I said, I'll finally do an update. And so I did an update, and then fucking Copilot shows up on my start menu, or on my taskbar, flash bar, wamba wamba. That got me so mad. I was so mad. So how are we going to find this? Well, hold on. Let me see the origin of where I got it. I'll do it directly from my orders page so you guys don't get to see that. It's a very dangerous game I play with all this personal stuff that you guys can see, like the order similar items things on Amazon. I could get in a lot of trouble. Not really, but I could. Din. That was one time that I ordered dinner. DIN plug. S-Video PCB mount 5-pin DIN socket connector black. DS507A. Let's see if that comes up anywhere. It'll probably only come up for Amazon. AliExpress, eBay, Newegg. I don't think Newegg does 3D models. S-Video socket. Related features. Nothing. All right. Key tabs. Color, black, silver tone. No. That's just the pins. All right. Newegg is bust. Motor Obit. Okay. DIN connector panel type. Hytron Inc. Availability 99999. Nothing. There's no information about this thing. I can't seem to find... Oh, wait. No, that's their part number, isn't it? Yeah, that's their own product code. This is the manufacturer part number, but I don't know if... Oh, wait, that was the page I wanted. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, like, dial this back. We could try DigiKey. They usually have manufacturer part number in their listings. Damn it. S video. Pluggable cables. Heard that one before. Between series adapters, converters, inserts, no. Adapters, no. Circular connectors, only 2. From L Corp. On Panduit, I've heard of. What the hell? Yeah, I think they're confusing S-Video with MIDI. Did S-Video use a big 5-pin DIN plug? Because it uses this one. The little, like, mouse-style plug for S-Video. I thought. Maybe I don't know my S-Video. I can't find it. I cannot, unless they count it as a cable assembly, but nah, see, we're not looking for cables. And then, yeah, see, these are the other style. Those are the correct style. I think all the listings are wrong. They're listing it as S-Video, but it's really MIDI. All right, so we are SOL on this one. I have to come up with my own enclosure for it. S-Video uses ADB port connectors. Yeah, that's a different style, yeah. Strange. And I'm not ruling out that some of these other places would have it, but it's just not. I'm not coming up. Is mini DIN different, or is that what that's called? Okay, so yeah, we can't really find it all that easily. GrabCAD doesn't. We don't necessarily have the right keywords. I bought something that I thought would be more available on Amazon, but it turns out it's just, I don't know what. Found a 2D drawing of the part. I don't know if I need a 2D drawing. We can just use calipers to get the rest of the way. It's pretty simple what I need to do, and that's just produce an enclosure around the thing. Yeah, here's the most basic measurements. Stupid. Sometimes you can find searchable stuff in here. Something like that. I don't know if that'll come up. That may be the Amazon part number. Yeah, Amazon's up at top. UXL Demiotech? What? S-Video PCB mount, DIN socket. Demiotech. That just could be a drop shipper, I don't know. Fake Spot. What's Fake Spot? Automotive tools and home improvement, laser distance meters, lasers, solder, 52 products. Fake Spot grade is based on the reviews of products listed. Unreliable reviews, less than 20%. 3-star, they get a C rating. That's fun. I like that exists. Okay, so they're probably a drop shipper. 4-pin mini DIN? Yeah, well, it's, I don't know. This is listed as having S-Video, so somebody looked it up very quickly and then decided to drop all that information, and it's wrong. All right, so let's make a part into a part. Sometimes you got to turn a motherfucker into another motherfucker. So let's see here. We can take this one. No. This one. Because we know that the centerpiece fits into a standard MIDI cable, and I have a feeling these pins look very similar on the outside to what this jack is. So let us get this either step or F3D. I don't want the F3D. Well, let's download everything. I don't know which one is more detailed. I think the F3D is going to have more fusion-y kind of stuff in it. So let's hit upload, and then we're going to grab the zip folder. Not that one. And then we are looking at SD50VV? Yeah, I guess so. Downloading all these viruses. Mini DIN, F3D or step. We'll take F3D. That might have some material appearance information on it. And hit upload. Then we got to jump into that file, and we got to put all of the accoutrements on it. All of the accoutrement. There it is. Let's see what we got. Please, with the pop-ups, please. Okay. Oh my god, there's all kinds of errors in it. What the heck? That's interesting. So the F3D brought the entire timeline over, so you can see the design process. sketch, and then you sketch, and then you sketch, and then you sketch, and then you sketch and sketch, and then you sketch and sketch, and oh my god, it's so much. I wonder if that distance is going to be standard. Let's go from like about pin center to about pin center and just see if we measure up to the other one. $11 models. 11 washing machines. Let's see if we get that same number. Why is this all washed out? There we go. Okay, I cleaned up the desk, and yet I still have no room to function. Why does this always... It's like, it should have been clean. It should have been clean. I finally had cleanliness. 11. Just put the number 11 up on screen and never explain it. 10 millimeters. 11 millimeters. 11 millimeters. This is not the same thing. This is vastly different. Son of a bitch! I need to find somebody else's model, I think. That, or I can just do the panel cutout. I could just do the panel cutout. Vastly different. Nope. Okay. Nowhere even close. The thing that is relatable, the thing that I can use, although I could change the pin spacing. I'm not going to need the pins. I just need this for a panel cutout. But the thing that I was going off of would be this right here. So I could eviscerate the model and bring it all the way back to where it's just that part. Maybe not. This is some weird stuff that they did on this model. Yeah, no, we're not using it. We're not using it. I'm not touching that one. But that kind of leaves me in a state. I was hoping that we could have all the devices together so I could plan their distancing properly, but it doesn't look like we have. So maybe panel mount MIDI. Yeah, see, nothing. Panel mount DIN. Well, that's a totally different thing. That's DIN rail. Oh, and that's a USB hub. And it's just a generic thing. This is where the voice in the back of your head goes, well, maybe you should be the person that uploads the part. Maybe you should be the change that you want to see in this world. And I go, nah. It's whatever. Panel mount 5-pin plugs and receptacles. That's one item. Damn it. Housings. Housing shell. Nope. Panel mount. It's an entire category. It's just the terminal block. That's just a terminal block. Housings. It's not a D-sub connector. This is all could not be further from what I'm looking for. Well, the D-sub connectors rule. They're the best connector. There's no other good connector than a D-sub. And there are these whole category of RF connectors that have giant gold pins in a D-sub housing. It's a wonderful thing. I use them on the steering wheel project. I should probably use them for any other motor project that I have that has a sizable motor, a 3-phase motor. Nothing. Okay, well, we'll just have to do circles then. Circles within circles. That'll be its own little sketch on this thing. So, okay, let's bring all of these wonderful products that make our lives better into this drawing. If only I was rich and good looking and I had all of these products, my life would be fulfilled and I would finally be happy. Why isn't that coming in? Pull this in. There we go. We haven't locked down the position of anything yet, so we're going to do that. Whoa, whoa, why is that moving in? Whoa, it's moving in full 3-dimension. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's kind of cool. Cancel. Let's just leave that right there. How about you just hang on right there? Guess I'll have to use a move command. Well, we'll just pull it in first and leave it there and we'll position it later. Oh, the other part was the USB-C power supply. I don't think I'm going to be able to find a full board for that. But because I've got multiples, I do kind of want to search that and see if I can find a 3D model for any future project. So is GrabCAD gone? Did I close it? Is it safe? Here it is. USB-C power. With the power of USB-C. It's right there. Wait, what the fuck? Wait a minute. What? Oh no, that's not quite the right thing. It is very similar to this though. Not quite what I have. Very close though. I need something that's very, very similar to that. We've got the two big plugs in the back. This is what it looks like. When doves cry. Right there. You see it? See it right? It's right there. You guys see all the little features of it? You can see the little features of it right there. What's this? You got the switch on one side, chip in the middle, 7805 of all chips, of all the wasteful things. We put a 7805 on our advanced USB-C negotiation board. Talk about a cop-out. Anyway, but that's what we have. So if we can figure that out, if we could find a model for that, it'd be nice. We don't necessarily need one, and I can always use just like a dummy plug. I'll use another one of those other panel mount ones that we downloaded and just put two of them on there, just as long as they're at the right heights. But we got real close to finding the right thing, so it'd be nice if we did find the right thing. That is very close. It's not quite it. It's funny though, a lot of these USB power ones don't do data. And I guess it's not as commonplace. Ooh, that one has screw terminal USB-C. That's what I'm going to use on this camera when I can get around to fixing the milling machine. I was going to take the... actually, no, that was for this one, wasn't it? I want to redo the plugs in these cameras so that the USB-C, because that latches in. And then on the really mission-critical ones, I want to have screw terminals on it because I don't want them to lapse and unplug. They get a lot of use. The USB-C is actually done pretty well on this one, but one of the previous, the one previous that I'm going to modify with the new plug, the plug broke because it sees a lot of use. Sorry, I'm really discombobulated today. I don't think you guys can fully tell, but my thought process is all over the place. I'm very distractible. Must have been designed by experts, yeah. The thing that really kicks me about all these designs and what really gets me is when they don't properly do USB standards. And what you'll see, and this one is guilty of it as well, you can see here that while they do technically have through-hole pads on that USB, that's going to get it to last a lot longer. If they were surface mount pads, then they take the brunt of the gorilla's force in plugging this in at 178 miles an hour. However, they have not fully soldered these pins. So it's possible that even still, this will break in a very bad way. If you're installing USB like this from like a board and you inspect it and it looks like this, reflow that solder. Get a big soldering iron, get a little bit of your own solder, chuck that shit in the hole, heat it up, get it to flow over. Because when it... Please stop being funny when I'm drinking. Sorry. When you do get the solder to flow... come back here. When you do get the solder to flow properly over pins like this, it'll create basically a rivet out of solder. Although it would be better if that rivet was not a significant, like, chunk of it was not solder, if it was a pin sticking through a little further. But that'll lend it a lot of strength in this system. And these are lessons that we've already learned. We've learned these tenfold. And we learned it because this type of USB is the most hateful thing on the planet. You can see here, no vias. At the very least, if you're going to be installing one of these freaking bastards, these little bastards right here will make you cry if you get into manufacturing with them because of the inconsistency and the fact that they don't allow solder to fully flow over on these pins. Now, one in, I don't know, fucking 10 of them will be totally fine throughout its entire lifetime plugging and unplugging. The most stressful part is the first couple times that one of these things gets plugged in. because apparently it just fits so tightly that you get like full force on it. But those pads, this one here and this one here, are being relied entirely upon to hold this thing on. Now, if there's a big ground plane around it, then it should be okay. But oftentimes they'll put thermal pads on these so that you have them isolated and they're only held on by these little tiny traces. And so mechanically, if this is not flowed over properly, which is 90% of the time with these fucking things, then when they get plugged and unplugged, the entire connector will just shear off. What a terrible, terrible thing. So part of the USB-C standard is making sure that mechanically there is enough to hold your plug in and have it be bumped from angles and stuff and not shear off. USB-C also has a slightly higher plug force because you have to get above that little clicking moment. There was supposed to be a little clicking moment on this with these two tabs right here with some little spring tabs, and that works okay, but it's not as satisfying of a thunk that this one has. So having that thunk means that they need more stuff to support it. Now, if you are faced with one of these surface mount pads in your design, you have to use this. Put a via right in the frickin' center of that thing, because that via is going to act as a rivet that'll hold everything a little bit stronger. Basically, when you have surface mount pads and there's no via near it, you can accidentally lift them off by soldering too hot. So same goes for these things. They're very weak, so you want to put a via or two in there. Anyway, that's advice for like yesteryear. Basically, you follow the USB standard and you have the through-hole, whatever it is, support pins, and you make sure that your solder flows over properly. See, like this is good. This one does it just fine. But it's a lot of corner cutting. Forgets about these things, and then you get your tablet where the USB plug, flies off into the sunset. Okay, so we were looking at USB power modules, and we got this close to finding the right one, but I don't think we found the right one. So I'm just going to have to wing it and put two USB sockets that are representative, Whew. I smell toast. I smell toast. Somebody's making toast. I have been chattering for too long. That ain't it. One of the things about streaming is you have to fill airspace with your voice, which is why you guys are privy to a lot of my inner workings. Every step of the way, I got you guys in tow. And that leads me to be a babbler. More by Susie. Cecil? Susie Boosie. Sussy Baka has not uploaded what I want them to upload. Useless! Wow, they've uploaded a lot of stuff. They're a prolific grab catter. I definitely would be using some variation on a 3D printed vise if I didn't run into that miniature precision machine vise. I wouldn't call it precision anymore either. It's we need to like clean that thing up. I need to dump it in vinegar again. Maybe repaint it. It's got all my finger oils on it. Yeah, probably stroke. I had somebody take serious offense to joking about stroking. I mean, having a stroke. I had somebody take offense to that. And it's like, I don't, I've had family members who've had strokes before. I'm still going to joke about it. Just like I joke about diabetes. I don't mean to actually denigrate anybody who's had that experience before. And I think that's pretty clear to most people. They've even got jumper wires. You could plan out a whole breadboard in CAD. That would be kind of fun. Wait, no, that would be the opposite of fun. Let's get far away from that. I'm just looking at this person's library, hoping that they've found a similar USB thing that I have. They're really good at modeling, though. There's a lot of really cool stuff here, but I don't think their whole channel's for me. I don't think they have what I'm looking for. Very close. That's this one right here. It's very, very close. So very close, but not quite what we have. Can I narrow it down a little bit more? No. No, USB-C power is about as accurate as I think I can get with the search. And it always feels like it's down to your search terms not lining up with what other people have. Hey, I have this socket. I use one of these in the thermal webcam. Wish I had a model for it. I had to make my own. I did a placeholder model. It's very similar to this one. Who made you? Glowing Kitty. Okay, all right. Let's see what this person's fetishes are by what they've built in GrabCAD. I shouldn't say that. I don't contribute anything to GrabCAD. I can't put these people down. I don't contribute anything, and they're out here uploading their stuff. I should have nothing but respect for these people, and I do. But it's also funny. All right, so going through more of this stuff. Yeah, I don't. Okay, so we're not finding it. I can't find a 3D model for this thing. I love it when people do the 3D models of subassemblies like this, because it really helps our planning phases. But let us go ahead and, what is that? Quest 2 setup. Oh, you have LEDs on the front of it. Why? For streaming? Why would you do that? Weird. Maybe are they using like as like augmented vision? Wouldn't there be a lot of delay? What is that board? Okay, USB-C PD. Oh, look at how small that thing is. That's neat. Should have bought one of those. Okay, so we're not finding anything, so I'm just going to double up on this part. So let's get the rest of our stuff in here. So we need the switch. Where is the switch? The switch is... oh yeah, that's right, this. Plomp. Oh wait, I just did the switch. Oh my god. Control Z. All right, we need the... the barrel jack. Yeah, here it is. Barrel jack. Go. All right, so now we need to work out the distances for all this stuff. Quest 2 needs light for tracking the controllers. Oh, that'd be a really weird thing to, like, you know, like you can see people doing stuff in their apartments. If you saw somebody with this massive headlamp-looking MF on a Quest 2, really just sort of pawing at the air. Yeah, very strange setup. It's like a horror game setup. All right, so these are the things that I need to locate, and then the third one is the MIDI DIN, and we'll figure that out. We will figure that one out in a second. First, let's get the things that we know into place. So this thing is going to sit exactly as it is here, and we need to figure out. Basically, just give it an index. So I'm going to go from the edge, and I'll go up to the center of this barrel. If I go up to the edge of the barrel, I'll probably get a more accurate of a distance there. And that way, we don't beat around the bush on this one. Although, can I even locate this thing centrally? I don't think I really can. It's like a sphere. That is very annoying. I guess we could do like a corner of it. We'll do like that front corner right there, and that'll give us the location. So that'll be on this sketch. If I edit this sketch, all my stuff disappears, but then when I put the numbers in there, everything will come back. So we'll do a construction line, and I will figure out what sort of an XY coordinate is to that jack. Kind of hard for me to show. Back you guys up a little bit. So actually, I don't need to go to the corner. I can just go to the plug from the different directions. 8.3, 7. No, wait a minute. 8.3, 6.8. Error is 0.01. 8.3, 6.8. Why did none of the numbers go in? Oh, because I have to click, and if I click, then it's going to do that. Ah, that's annoying. I clicked out of the program, so. All right, 8.3, 6.8, like that. And that's where we'll meet up the corner of that jack. Do I need to put like a dot on this? I think it'll show through. So 8.3, 6.8. And then the distance from that to, and this is going to be a tough one. Is it going to be the center, or is it going to be one of the edges of the trough? it probably should be the center. This thing is, as is with USB-C, 9 millimeters. Well, I'm getting 8.6. And from that edge, it is... Actually, that's not really going to work out all that well, is it? So up from the bottom, it is 11.4. And then if I go from this very edge to the edge, I guess I can go to the beginning of it. That's almost exactly 23. So 23 by 11.3. So I'm going to do another one from the edge like that. And so that's going to be 23, and this is 11.3. And I don't know what I'm indexing off of with this. So let's finish and take a look at the model and how that's constructed. Because that's going to be inset. And then we don't have a vertical distance yet to the edges of these things. But we've at least got 2 vectors on this. I don't have like a center of this, but I do have this right here. So I can get the center of this piece, and maybe that's where we can index it. Or should I do, well, this is on a separate PCB, so maybe I need to do distance to the PCB. Yeah, I do. Distance to the PCB on that plug, and that'll be representative of that. And then I don't have a perf board to go in as representative of the perf board, but I don't think we're going to get close to it. We're going to get more close to this edge of the PCB. I suppose I could center it based on the center of that PCB. That's a little bit more dead reckoning than I like, but how wide is this one? Might be a similar width. Like 18.8, almost 19. What are you? And I have to go from this edge because of the filleting. 1821. So they are vastly different sizes. Yeah, this thing is 21. Well, we verified that thing is the same width as our other plug. Ooh, sleepy seats. Okay. So does that stick out a different distance? I think it's, no, it looks like it's the same. Yeah, a little less on this board than what's displayed. That's like 1.5. Let's figure it out. Measure this over here. Why did I close that? 1.4. Okay, so it sticks out the same distance on both. Yeah, that'll be good, because then I'll have the 2 PCBs sitting right behind, and those are mostly even with one another, the front faces. Hopefully they are. They're a little off by a little bit. Oh man, this is tough. So where do I get that index from? I guess I need to do the depth of this and the depth of that based on this. This will be even with the panel. Everything else will have to cater to that. How do I get that distance accurately? And get a piece of where did my oh, you know what? I think it's over here. I need to find a little measurement thingy that I can measure off of with the calipers. Okay, it got buried in somewhere in the mechanical stuff that I was doing. The machinist square that I have is buried under all this stuff, so I don't think I'm going to find it anytime soon. I need to do some cutting this weekend. Okay, that didn't work. If the plugs are the same distance from the PCB, maybe I can still use the center of the PCB as my index. So I can get the center and the height, and that'll give me those two. And then we can figure out what those 2 heights are later. So I go from the center of the plug to the edge. It's not going to be incredibly accurate, because I think it's like somewhere around here. Well, actually, you know what? Well, it's math. We'll do it with math. I can't. Oh, hold on. Let me get an example. Get an example of the board and then measure the width, which should be relatively accurate between boards. I don't know what that noise was. Something just shifted behind me. 20 millimeters. Okay, 20 millimeters. We just add 10 to whatever this vector is here, which I can't get to because of the friggin' barrel jack. Son of a bitch. Is that gripping? It's like crooked. Not quite right. So I'm getting 18. So that would be 28 would be the one measure. So let's go ahead and redo this one as 28. And that should be the center. And then to the edge of the board, vertically, $10.2 plus half of 1.5. So 10.75. And it really should be 10 point something like 85. Because if it's 1.5, it's 1.56 technically, but I don't know how accurate my calipers can truly be. And then that's, oh, 10.1. Yeah, okay, so yeah. 10.75 should get us to, it might be 11, but I think that'll get us to the center of the circuit board. And then how far from the front, that's going to be tough to measure without a straight edge. Bada bing. There we go. Jose's ruler getting used again. Thickness of the ruler, 0.5 millimeter. So whatever this is minus a half. All the cameras are getting in the way. Hold on. Move a little closer so that I can maneuver the calipers without bumping and scratching my camera lenses. Now this is going to bow in the middle a little bit, but it shouldn't, I'm not putting a ton of force on it. So 4.5. So 4 millimeters. That's interesting. Almost precisely 4 millimeters. .5. So 4 and 6 millimeter vertically. And so I guess what I'm going to need is a sketch on the other plane as well. So we'll make a sketch. I'm going to put it on this plane. And then this will be at... Oh, geez. I need to get the numbers from the other vectors of this thing. I don't want to forget, though. Let's do our 4 and 6 first. Four, and then the other one's 6 from origin. Those are depths. I mean, really, I could do. I can't. Wait, what am I saying? It'd be great if I could put a sketch that would project these downwards. Well, I guess I could just leave them on 0 and then move them 4 and 6 using the move command. So I can put them onto those points and then move them down from there. That's, I guess, what I need to do. Okay, so 4 and 6 for that. Let's just get the switch out of the way. Hello? Move copy? Where in the hell is the move copy? Oh my god. Oh, did it lock itself? No, none of this is locked. Okay. I had troubles with pulling in components and having them lock themselves in place. I'm not in a sketch right now, so move and copy should be one of the primary things that I can do. Why is it buried so far? Weird. We will have to figure out what the height of the circuit board is and move this thing into position so that it still fits. For now, I'm just going to park it all the way over here. It'll be like at a weird offset, so... And that'll be right up against the panel. We're going to extrude downwards with the panel which will be confusing to look at, but it'll at least be consistent with the height of what we're trying to do here. Like this thing needs to move to this point in the center point of this face right here. So if I take this component and I do move copy, it's right there, and then I go point to point, I can choose what? Really? So if I move this, is it going to, yeah, it's only going to move the outside of the socket. Why does it do that stuff? It's got like a listing of components. How do I get it to, oh, and it's anchored. Unground from parent. That's what it's been doing. Like the first component that I bring in grounds it to the parent, and I don't even know what that is. All I know is that I need to click on that in order to properly move this thing. Absolutely ridiculous. So now I can select that point on the face and move it right there. And then I can take it and I can move it again, and I can move it downwards 6 millimeters. Now that's in the proper position, relating to this being the very front of the device, of the maker beam rails. Now we take you this Jiminy Jam, we hit move, and I'm going to flip it up on end. Where is that? Yeah. And then I'm going to twist. And then we take this front corner that hopefully isn't smoothed out. Oh my God, what are you making me scroll so much? There we go. They didn't smooth it out, so it's not as accurate of a model, but it is easier for us to use. And we go point to point, and I go from this point to this point. And then this goes back 4 millimeter. That, and we go back by 4. Oh, it's in there. Nice even numbers. Everybody's happy. Okay, 2 of our devices have now been located, and presumably this is going to resemble the PCB. That doesn't look very accurate. What did I measure? What are our overall dimensions? That seems a little bit small for what, because we should be a little bit closer in. Let's take a look at that sketch and see what the dimensions are. 60 by 200. I don't think that's correct. This might be the back panel. Yeah, 30 by 90. Let us correct. 30 by 90. And let's just double check that because dimensions can get kind of weird. I think some of them are cut and not standard lengths. So 90 and a half, 30 and a half. I'll go with 30 by 90, and then there'll be 0.25 off. It'll be kind of a loose fit, and maybe I'll need to tune that up a little bit, but it won't be too big. It'll just rattle a little bit. Maybe I can, stick hot glue on it or something. Actually, no, but it'll be taken up by my inaccuracy on printing things that have supports, because I'm going to have like a border jut out from these, like I did with the computer project. I'll have a little border jut out from this. The other thing that I could do is just screw it to the front, but I don't know if that's going to really work with the distances that I'm talking about. They could change between measurements depending on the temperature. We're not dealing with that accurate of stuff, though. We don't have to completely work within there. That looks more like what we have. And this is a wider PCB, so it's not, necessarily true that it is that distance. I probably should have moved it over a little bit because we do have that PCB going in. It's just going to go in above, and I guess above the jack, and that will be a programming plug. Although that means that you can't reach the reset button on the teensy. But that could also help for like serial printouts if I need it on this device. Where did the, oh wow, it's all the way over there. I was like, where'd my switch go? So if we are going to do another one of these things, what distance is that going to have to be? So I'll grab it and I'll do move. Well, double clicking it might not be a good idea. Do that and move copy, and I will create a copy. 13 millimeters is a little far. I can't get too close, and I need to have structure on that. I need to have screws that'll hold that up. 10 is probably all right. It's going to look a little awkward, but I don't want the plug to interfere with the edge. And if I put a lip around the edge, that's going to restrict me even more. But let's just hold on. I need to see if that'll actually. We'll do 10 millimeters for now, but. This would be up here. I guess that works, yeah. It should be close to, yeah, and it looks like it is. So I guess that'll be okay. So one's for power and the other one is for data. And maybe I'll have an LED hole next to this one and have to put like a little pin or something like that on that in order to show that it's, well, actually I could just use the 15 volts and use the right resistor on it. And then it'll light up the LED. I can plug it in back here to maybe a plug. I could put a plug on the centerpiece, or I could just put a plug like back here. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. All right, so that does that. The next thing would be the hole for this panel mount. It's got to be approximately here so that I have room for the switch on the end. And the switch is going to be as close to this post as we can get it. So this would go just right there. I'd like to give it a little breathing room. I guess I can't put text on the panel. I don't have room for it. So let's just figure out what the center of this thing is going to be. Okay. 18. I want it to be down a little bit, but not too close. So. Yeah, maybe 17 by 50. 49.69. Oh, it was 69, but 17 by 50. So let's go back into this original sketch, and then I'm going to do 50 and 17. That's going to be the center of the MIDI plug. We're going to do another sketch. And I'm going to project that point onto our other sketch where we'll make the cutout for the MIDI panel. Because we know that it's going to go in the top, you know, at the top of whatever this panel is, regardless. And then the switch. Where's my index? Where's my index for the switch? That was me starting up the sample tape of me saying that. The switch, we have all kinds of information on. But the complicated nature of these faces means that it is hard for me to find an index of where this thing is going to sit. It does have those little posts sitting on the outside. And really, technically, my index should be that right there. This corner right here should probably be where we figure out its position. Problem is measuring that corner to the rest of everything else, because it needs to sit just a little bit higher than the PCB. It needs to be out on the outer layer of this thing. So at that height, well, the distance to the base of the PCB. Let's see, the PCB is sitting, I could probably get that off of another one of the models, to be honest. 8 millimeters. So we're going 8 millimeters to this face. And I guess we can just use this to measure it since it's such an accurate model. Ugh, really? 0.95. If we build in that 0.05, if we go 9 millimeters, that means it'll float off of the board by a tiny, tiny bit within our margin of error. So I might as well just consider that to be a 1, and then this will sit a little bit higher up from the PCB. So we had 8 millimeter to the top of the PCB, 1 millimeter to the bottom of this thing. So that's going to be 9mm measured in bullets. 9mm there. And then the distance to the edge of this post is something like 15. So we'll set that to be 16, and then we'll give it a millimeter off of that post. Is that going to be enough space for the MIDI jack? I think so. So 16, 15.3 puts it all the way right there. We'll do it at like 17 millimeters. So that'll be approximately there. And that way, when I'm floundering to turn off a device, this will be just right in the corner. I mean, honestly, like, I could put it way over here. It's such a small switch that it would actually do well to be on this side of the post. Yeah, I might do that, actually. If it's on this side of the post, then it kind of, well, it would be on its own riser so that it sticks out a little bit. I'll have everything else inset, and then the power button will be outset on the very edge. I kind of like that. Maybe we'll do that. So this thing will be right up against the edge. Or at least its panel mount section will be. And then the distance, we got that already. If this thing is like right up against the metal. Yeah, okay, cool. So we have 16 for the height, or no, 8. Oh crap, what was it again? Eight plus the 1. So we got 9mm from the bottom, and then we'll have the distance here. .5. So it needs to be pretty accurate though, because it won't fit otherwise. It's kind of squished by that post really hard. So it's going to be 1.55 and then 9mm. Okay. Whew, man, my brain hurts. So then we take this and we go on a construction. 1.559. And so that's the front edge of the working area of that switch. And I can just now position this, position this, there we go. Move copy. And we're gonna go from here. What direction is this? Oh, it should be flipped. I'll flip it just for the sake of visual. We're going from right here. So dot, bring it up, bring it up, bring it up, bring that right there, and okay. So that is right up on the edge, and this is sticking out from the very front of the 10mm rail. So we have 10mm rail surrounding it. This switch is just easy to find. It's just gonna stick up from everything. And that way we get over the weird unevenness going on here. Although that's going to make for a weird 3D print to come up to this. The other option is that we move it way over, but this will be up at front level, and then it'll drop down to where this stuff can plug in. Because those are approximately the same height, but they are recessed. And if I need to, I have all this room for expansion. What was I measuring with this one? Oh, I think this is the original idea of where the MIDI plug, or no, that is where I want to put the MIDI plug, huh? Well, we can move it up a little bit. We can move it over a little bit so it doesn't collide. This is a little bit compact for our all our power needs right here. It's a little squished. And technically, I could move this board over to here, and then it would have, well, I don't think it would be able to mount. Sorry, hiccups. I had a poke bowl for lunch. Fish and salad. Like, it would be great if I could mount this to the board and still have it at the same height, but I don't think I can. It needs to stick out, yeah. It needs to stick out to the point where I can't get the screws in there. Damn it. That would have been cool of you, but no, you couldn't be cool. You just couldn't do it. Couldn't be cool. You tried. You tried and you had a blowout. Ah! It's not an easy panel to prepare for, okay? I'm having troubles. Look at all these lemons. I can't hold on to them. Yeah, so that's going to have like an attachment bracket and 2 screw holes that sit over here. And then maybe I can put an LED in this area. So I can bump this over to like around here. And it won't be too busy. If I have MIDI plugged in, I guess I can still get to the on-off switch. So what is that? Distance. 62. Nobody likes you when you're 62. All right, that was 23 was the song. 62. All right, 62. And then we got to make up a hole. Or look to see if there's one on the literature. We'll make that an even 60, 2 millimeters. I don't think we're going to lose any sleep over. So that it's not really exactly center, and it doesn't have to be, but it looks okay. This already has more USB-C than a MacBook. It's so much more engineered, too. All right, so now that we've got all of our stuff in there, we're going to do a fixed position. And I don't actually need this sketch. This is the vertical sketch I do not need. So this is how I set up my models in Fusion 360. Fusion 360 has a timeline. And that timeline is sort of an algorithmic way that Fusion 360 organizes how these parts got made so that things don't conflict with each other. It does this, then it does this, then it does this, then it does this. And it would help in your models if you consider not what we saw with that MIDI plug that person made where it's like rife with sketches. You need to consider like, how are you going to manufacture this thing? If I'm going to be cutting it out of a solid piece of material with like a CNC, start with a block of metal and whittle your way in so that you can get a sort of an idea of your steps that will construe your construction. Because we do a lot of 3D printing, the purveying logic is, well, what can I extrude from this in order to create this object? I mean, that's kind of the way you think about it, but with AutoCAD, it's typically like, what things am I going to have on this? Where is that interconnection going to come from? Where's my print bed? And what features can I get away with putting on this device? So in this case, we are 3D printing this. I want the rough edge that is against the plate, the sort of the marquee look, to be on the inside of my device, and then I'll want it to extrude upwards. But then again, I also want these to be up against the edge of the print, and actually this would be the height of this panel of the print. Okay, so we got a lot of consideration to do. We can't exactly do it that way. What I do is I try to pull in the parts and then lock them down with one of these positioning steps. So now if I need to move anything and I have holes based on the positions of these devices that I pulled in, I can go in to the position step and I can move them from there. And then Fusion is going to be able to algorithmically step through the rest of the part and move the holes to where they are. Sometimes there's conflicts when you have things that create different sizes of enclosures, or something slides enough to create a new like pocket. You got to really be careful of that because it can mess up some of the nuanced details of your design. But if you think about it properly, if you can think about that progression while you build your devices, then it can be immune partially to things moving and messing up your whole drawing. Luckily, Fusion has tools that'll help you do that too. You can go through that progression of stuff and actually make the corrections you need to along the way. My power button is like falling in and I can't get it. I was wondering what it would look like if this power button was all the way at the top of this area. If I put it 1.55 by 1.55 in the corner. When it doesn't crash after editing the timeline. If you compartmentalize your stuff, you can unburden the timeline in a big way. All right, so this can't go. Oh yeah, it can. It can go in the bottom corner if I need it to. Oh no, it can't. It's hitting up against stuff. It can go in the top corner though, and that way it doesn't interfere with anybody. Is that actually sticking straight through? Well, one of the power cords is getting in the way of a current monitor there. It can do it, it just doesn't like it. Oh, it needs a little bit of space, doesn't it? Well, maybe I should put it there. That's actually not a bad spot for it. It can be in the middle, actually. It can be in the middle, and then if I do... What is that distance there? That's 3. 1.55 plus 3. Let's try that out. Let me put that in. So in the position step, well, actually, the position is based on this. So it's possible that I could go back here and I can move this to be 1.55 plus 3. And then instead of 9, I guess I'll just measure it from here. It should really just be a, you know what? Yeah, this is gonna be complicated. 1.55 plus 3. Like that, and construction. Don't need this anymore. And now that switches, because there's no PCB after the post. So if I can fit that in, then Boeing probably made a door somewhere with less screws than you have on that sheet metal corner. What, on this? I mean, this is how Maker Beam puts stuff together. They use a lot of screws. They make things pretty stable. It's not for mere mortals. Nope, not you. What are you thinking about? What could you possibly have to think about? So can we get to that point? No, it looks like it splits with a circle. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, is that the center? I don't know if I can trust that. I guess I could just use the distance between these. Really? 17 exactly? Half of 17 is a very annoying number. Back into the sketch. I'll take this one down. This is a weird way of doing it. Down 17 over 2. I don't even have to calculate that on my own. Finish. Now I have a dot that will correspond to this edge here. So I'll go back into my location step and I'll hit move, and then I'll select this thing, point to point, go from here to meow. All right, there we go. So now that's centered in there, for better or for worse. Looks a little bit better. What was the bug with the visualization of round things? Oh, where when you zoom in, it gets blocky because of how they try to save computational resources. Yeah, on the scale that we deal with stuff, but then it goes away when you move your vision. It's just when you're viewing stuff from far away, it does that wonderful little graphics trick of making everything roundinated, or making things simpler, polygonally. And then it doesn't do it until you move your mouse or something. What gets annoying with Fusion is when you have fairly complicated parts like this, and as you're mousing around it, stuff's just highlighting willy-nilly. It's like a light show. I wish they had a better way of doing that. I heard a burp. Okay, so now we need to invent a MIDI connector, and I'm going to do a totally new sketch for that, just so that it's simpler sketches and they're all contained. So I'm going to project into that, just that point right there. Click OK. So we can either hump the calipers for this, or we can look to see if there's any information on the listings that we saw when we were searching for the part. I don't know if we're going to really be able to find much, though, because I didn't save anything from the searches. All we have is just a DS57A part number. Whoa, it took a second. Hey, there we go. It's in Russian. Okay. Are there alternatives? Maybe that's AliExpress. They keep calling it video. Yeah, I guess it's a Chinese part, so they're not in the business of giving us all the information on that. and doing 3D models and stuff. 5-pin S, it's not S-Video though. That's so weird. I used a little bit more rare of a part than I thought. Oh, looks like there's tons of them. If one of them could just slip up and tell us where they're from. Connector of norms. The package is so. One leg is slightly bent. Very good product, conforms and is reliable. Yeah. Tap-it wire connector design allows simple plug-in setup. Nah, not really. Okay, so the best information that we have is just from some random image. And it gives us a bunch of the dimensions, but it doesn't really give us an idea of the panel cutout. So I think we're better off actually just measuring it on our own. And we can give that some kind of a height from there. They don't give us all the measurements, too, that we need. I hate how truncated these measurements can be. They, like, withhold information from you. Oops, I keep forgetting we're fully in the computer today. Okay, so our first roundinated roundness is coming from the edge of this thing. And we'll take it from the round stuff. And 15.9. So that's going to be, I could put an even 16 in there, and it'll fit snugly, given the inaccuracies of my printer. Or I can put 16.1, 16.2 is probably safer. So let's do 16.2 on that. I don't want this connector to wobble, but I also want it to actually fit in. This is where the iteration kind of comes into play. 16.2. So 16.2 will be our starting point for that. Next, I have an extra little roundinated part sticking out of the bottom here, and that's 2.35, and it's probably, no, it's not even, it's not square. That sticks down 1 millimeter, but it has a radius of 2.3. So I guess what I can do is take this, and I can do a construction line. Does it have to be from the center? Can we get a point there? I guess I have to manually do that. So it's 1 millimeter. And then a circle that is 2.3 wide that contacts that. So the circle, 2.3. And I'll probably have to make these a little larger, but if I take that and I attach that there, can I, what is that? What is that restraint called? Constrains, tangent? Nope, that's not right. Let's see. Midpoint, concentric, maybe. I mean, I can like calculate it, but coincident. Yeah, maybe that's the one. Well, it got the wrong coincident, but it tried. Uh-oh, what happened there? Some weird stuff just occurred. Fusion is confused. It hurt itself in its confusion. These would be what? Oh, hey! Who dat? Syphilid 8. What's up, bother? Not much, just scratching our heads. 44 months. That is a good amount of months. Thank you, Syphilid 8. How you been? What is collinear? Nope. No, it would be parallel? No. Yeah, horizontal vertical would be one way to do it, but stuffing things, that's all you can expect. Would it be, no, not fixed. What would you call that? Just like that, I guess. Stop highlighting everything, you stupid program. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that sticks out 1 millimeter, which is what I measured like over here. That might be inaccurate, but it's also 2.3 millimeters wide. So there's going to be a little bit of inaccuracy here. Hopefully that still creates a good cutout. I don't know. And I guess if we are considering this to be a cutout, it should be something like 2.5. And then we'll do 1.2. So there, it's cut out a little bit. Hopefully that still enables it to stop the thing from turning. And it looks like maybe we should have just gone 2.3 from the edge, but I don't know. This works out kind of weird. All right, so now I need to figure out, I guess, a center square that's going to define what these two little locking tabs are. I've done in the past, I've done it where there's a slope to the panel that helps it hit to the locking tabs, but basically we need to just almost fully capitulate to the locking tabs. We need to make a cutout where they almost don't do anything. They need to just barely touch. So the overall width of the locking tabs is very similar to the width of our device. We do have measurements from the data sheets, but I'm going to try to get one of my own. So I got 20.9, and if I really crush it in, I get 19.8. So really 20 is probably the good number there. And then vertically 5.6. Rectangle, center, and then it's going to be 20 and then 5.8. So that, given no 0.2 or -2, will be a very tight fit for those tabs. It is coincident. Fusion just professional CAD. Professional CAD. FreeCAD gives me aneurysms though. Huh. Yeah, I don't know all the terminology that I'm supposed to use in order to represent these things. I think that's the entirety of the cutout. I think that's all we need. There's no more features. That little twist feature is totally useless because it's got two giant tabs. I guess it makes sure that you put this thing in right side up. So that, and I guess that feature is there for the ground lug. Is there even, yeah, there's a pin for that. No, it's not in there for the ground lug. That all stays within its circle. Circles within circles. So considering, I mean, what is the maximum? If this thing is 20, and lock the calipers down, how is that going to press into a piece of plastic? Very tight indeed. But it still does press in. But that's on metal. The plastic might be a little bit different. There might be tolerance issues. We'll try it with 20. S-video signals are commonly connected. Oh, I already read that like 5 hours ago. That's our cutout for this thing. I won't roundinate the edges or anything like that. We're just going to keep it the way it is. That's our MIDI. And our MIDI height is determined by whatever the heck we want. So I guess what I'll do is take this distance here and I'll make that on the other side. So that was a sketch just for a MIDI plug. Now I'm going to go into the original sketch and I'm going to take 4.55 in the other direction. Actually, I should probably do it from up here. I don't want to do that. I need to block this off at 4.55. So I'll do it the sloppy way that can be edited later and do it at 4.55. That is just not the right number. Okay. Do an unlocked down line. Just do it like this. And then do equals this to this. There we go. And then I'm going to close this off here. Yeah, completely close it off. And then we'll make a lip on not that section, this section. And, oh, I see, it doesn't like that. So it has to be continuous, huh? Well, I guess I could just do this. I could just take this one as a construction and then do just a regular rectangle there, like that. Now it's closed in as its own geometry. Double click down here, give this, and make it -2 millimeters. Huh? Wait a minute. Wait a second. What's going on here? Oh, it's 4.55 from that edge. Oh, okay, hold on. We messed it up. What is the thickness of this device? See, the thing is, whatever cutout I do for this switch is going to have to be a little bit wider for some of these features. But let's just, hold on, before I measure from here to here, that would be 6.5. So 4.55 plus 6.5. What the? Everything is on its head. .55 plus 6.5. We'll just see how that fits. It does not. It does not. That was supposed to be equidistant, and it's definitely not. So what's going on there? Hold on. 4.55 got us to the center. Oh, okay, yeah, that shouldn't be all of that plus 6. It should, the other one, okay. Totally mess it up. Why is that now 11? Oh, because they're equal distance. Oh, I screwed that up. Okay, Control-Z myself out of that. So we need to break this, unfix this. Or delete it and just write it again. Delete. Wow, I dug myself into a kind of a dumb situation there. Plus 6.5. I guess I could put a 6.5 line in there and then have the equal distance 4.55s, but there, that gives us an even distance around our power switch. And then I guess this one wouldn't need this. So I kind of messed up that one too. Huh. Back into the sketch then. Yeah, I wouldn't want that extra distance there. So let's get rid of this and let's do an outline of this whole thing minus this edge. How do I minus the edge? I can't. What I had before was perfectly fine. -2. That's just going to make it a little bit more annoying to extrude this face. So we need to make cutouts for all the rest of our stuff, and I guess I'll put them on the second sketch so that everybody's in there, but we know that these are going to play with each other. It's not centered on the panel, which is very annoying, but it'll be good enough. It'll be good enough. It'll gonna be okay. So yeah, let's make cutouts for everybody else. It's gonna be a very strange side panel. There's not much I can do about that. Unfortunately, things are just a little bit weird. I'll project this entire, nope. Project this entire face in. Then maybe I can double click on that and do that and give it a 0.2. And that's our cutout for the jack. Then for these, I suppose I can project in the outer edge. I hope it highlights properly. Let's just see. Hit P and then double click on this. Damn it. All right, so I'm gonna have to do control clicking on you. We'll take the whole thing. There. Bring that in. Okay. And the bottom one. Bonk. No. Actually, it did highlight that entire area. Maybe I should have taken that in instead. Nope. Nope. Yes. All right. Double click on that. Oh, it still is going to make me click the whole thing, huh? Why would you do this to me? Can I do that? There we go. Is this going to work? It is. Good. 0.2. 0.2 is a little tight. I don't know if that's going to really work out given the weirdnesses of our measurements. I may have to blow it out a little bit. So this is going to be kind of an iterative process to get at this panel, to get it to properly be represented. Represented. Why do people say that word? 0.2. And now for this one, it's going to be a little bit more complicated because of the features of this thing. This, I don't know if this presses inwards. It really looks like they rely on you to bend this plastic in order to get it in. These are for like sheet metal panels. They would do much better in sheet metal than in 3D printed plastic panels. So I guess I'm gonna have to squish this one with the calipers as well. Because yeah, that'll put pressure on either side. How much does your printer fill at a 90-degree corner? Like this much. It's like that much. It's pretty significant. I don't think I filleted these manually. I think that's just what it has. Because yeah, printer can only do so much, but you kind of work around that. And also we'll come back to it and figure it out. The thing that I did not consider, no, I did consider it with the other one. With this one, we don't know what the thickness of our cutout is going to be. So basically, the cutout for the switch needs to be just a little bit under the panel, and then these are going to squish in from their maximum. It's not going to be able to use that taper at all. So really, technically, our max depth, if this thing is never going to move ever again, probably one of the upper rungs, almost a millimeter, 0.98, huh? And then from the side, we can go in, but we should probably go in to the 2 tabs, which is 1.15. From the very outer edge, but I guess I can project the 2 corners. And then we'll have to unview this. Get the switch out of the way for now. And I've got my 2 dots there, so I can take a construction line, bring that over here. Let's see. Actually, no, the tricky part is going to be what this distance is. So this distance is from that corner up. There's going to be something like, oh boy, this is a tough measurement. So much stupid indexing going on here. Maybe I can do this. That doesn't quite work. Would work this way. It's not 1.1. I know it's not 1.1. I gotta like crush this thing in order to figure it out. That is not 2.25. Hold on a second. Just 1 second. I can figure this out. Oh no, I can't use that. Oh yeah, I can use this cool feature where you measure it like this with the calipers up at the top. It is almost 2. Almost 2. So if I take this 0.75, if I take it all the way to 2, it's probably, well, let's just check. If I take it to 2 millimeters, and then I have to add that to the other side, we'll just do an equal on this one because I don't think that's going to affect it too badly. And I'll just take that down like that, and then I'm going to do equal this to this. There we go. So now they're both at 2 millimeters, and I can take a regular old box. Should I do that and then do an offset? That's not the way that I should do it. Hold on, Bother's got to think about stuff here for a second. If I really wanted to do it that way, then I would have to do this distance as well. And that coming off of this thing, how tall are those? Going off of their stuff. 0.2. All right, so then that's the offset that I would have wanted anyway. So then I need to do this here as a construction line. Oh, that was a, yeah, that is, and 0.2. Let me go back to the isometric view here. Not isometric, the straight on view. And then this is going to get a nondescript line and equal this to this. This is a weird way of doing it. I don't know if this is really the correct. Oh, good. Fusion did that thing that it does where it adds an extra line in. If you're clicking around and you accidentally click for a millisecond too long, Fusion will add a line in there for you. It's really something that they should correct, because it's more if you're clicking lines and you click and drag, click and drag, click and drag when you're doing multiple lines. I don't know how many people use the line tool like that, but I certainly don't. And the way that I use it, it sometimes gets confused and adds a little tiny piece of a line just for fun, just to keep you on your toes. And so you're like, why does nothing meet up? Why is this all wrong? And it's like, hee, I put a little line segment in there for you. So it helps to click on your lines and make sure that it doesn't do that. Sometimes it'll make you cry. Get rid of that, and we're going to put a construction or a non-construction box, and this will be the final dimensions of our cutout. In the past, I've done little tapers on stuff like this in order to like properly. Wait, this does not look like 0.2. Hold on a second. Oh, look. Hee hee ha ha. Look what I did. I added a little tiny line segment in there for you. Fucking. What the hell? You know? Why would it do that? Why would it add a little line segment in there? Short Lurker has explained this to me before, and you know, fine, it makes sense with the explanation, but it's a very bad thing for your CAD program to do. We could have gotten all the way to 3D printing this thing, and I would never have noticed that. All right, there's our cutout for the switch. So those little tabs will be right up against on the outside, on the horizontal sides. They'll be right up against the plastic, so that'll make a nice tight fit in that dimension. Then our press tabs have a slight press in to do in order to fit that, and then those like ridges that it has should really make a good grip on a 3D print because of all the layers, the rough layers of the 3D print. That switch will hopefully be extremely solid in our 3D print. Why does it look like it didn't quite? Oh yeah, because of the 0.2. Yeah, that's right. Those dots are the corners. Oh, this view is very weird. I should probably have made this on the vertical plane. Those are cutouts. We're still missing some stuff. We need to be able to support this USB jack. I'll probably screw it from below. I'll put two little tabs on there, and then I'll have two screw holes on the horizontal part. Let's figure that out right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this plate that will hold all this stuff. So from here, actually, from the top all the way to the back, this piece here should go the full 10 millimeter. So I'm going to take that, I'm going to hit E for extrude, and then I'm going to go down. Oh wait, we need something on the outside too. I need something that's going to go into the slot of the maker beam so that this can just squish into place. This will just be held into place with no fasteners. I've already got enough screws on this thing for you know, the end of my life. So I'm gonna just do an extrusion on the outside of this stuff. This comes right up to the edge. So we can do 10 millimeters from this front edge here. Our switch is going to be mounted right up at that front edge. And I'll have just a little tiny distance here that'll help it kind of fit in. It looks like there's like a lip right there. It's going to be tight. Okay, so let's do one more feature of the sketch on this, and it's going to be all the way around this outer perimeter, and we're going to do another border, but instead, this one is going to be, it can be 1 millimeter, I guess. Yeah, I think 1 millimeter might be okay. 1.5 maybe? One and a half, I think. That'll be okay. Okay, and then we extrude this border -10. That's going to create our first perimeter of this thing. Those stick out a little bit into it, huh? I guess it doesn't need to be the whole thing, because then I extrude this with an offset of, what is the beginning of that? Maker beam dimensions I got to think about. I have Maker beam in other drawings. Maybe I can grab it from there and just do a quick measurement. Or I can just measure it. It's right here in front of me. So from the distance from that to the edge is 3.7. And then this insert is 3. So I need to extrude this with an offset of negative 3.7. And then I need to go negative 3. And so that creates our little border thing that's going to hold this thing in. The thing that I'm missing, though, is that I should not have material in these corners because they're not necessarily there. Are they? Yeah, let's look. No, there isn't one on that. Yeah. Some of them are constructed so that it's like this bar goes all the way up. Oh, no, it's not. Wait a minute. I do have a border around the whole thing. Hold on a minute. Oh, no, never mind. That one cuts it. Yeah, the front corner cuts it. So I don't want to have any of those. We'll just cut them all out. So this is where we confuse the CAD program by doing boxes like this. We're creating new borders. And it's going to go, wait, you wanted me to do extrude what? And it'll kind of guess. It'll kind of guess at what it thought my intent was. But since it's not working on this project, it's just trying to put the model together, it doesn't know what my intent is. I don't even know what my intent is. And it assumed that I didn't want to change a thing. So I can just go back into the extrusion step and I can unselect the new geometries. Wait, why did that? Oh, I see. Yeah, we kind of messed up over there. That's a little unique. Let's fix it. So I want this whole area and this, not this. Oh, but that doesn't exist yet. Oh, I see. Well, I guess it does exist. We're over here on the timeline, so I guess I could just choose that. Not, no, you stupid CAD program. The sketches are fighting. Well, I don't necessarily want that to go down all 10 millimeters, so we'll just do that for now. And that creates the initial design. They're having a rave. Yeah. They're Z fighting. Morpheus is fighting Neo on the Z plane. How's that going to print? That's not going to print very well. If the panel's kind of in the middle of this thing, it's going to need a lot of support structure. Take it easy, Fusion, you'll live longer. That initial 10 millimeter extrusion might need to be modified to be a little thinner, I guess. Because it's not like this is going to... I want my top surface to be... This outside panel looks better that way. I guess I'll just have to figure it out as I go. And it can stick up above that a little bit, but not by much. The switch is going to be directly on this. So if I actually take my sketch and I get rid of this one... Oh, I see. This one doesn't have... I see. I'll have to do the cutout later then. Extrude this distance to here. Yeah, it doesn't have that border. It doesn't have that outline on the other one. So now I can take this and just go and cut it. So that's where our switch is going to live. The 3D print for this is going to be completely cursed. It's going to waste a lot of filament. Which probably means that I should be a little bit more militant about getting the holes in the right spots. I've hopefully built in some stuff so that I'm able to change things accordingly, but I'll have further struggles. I guess what I can do now is I can extrude and take... Oh yeah, that border's not on the other sketch. No, that's okay. But nothing here is highlighting. It's only the inserts. Why is that? Oh, because I didn't put an outside border on the other sketch. I see. Well, I guess that's okay. We can just take this. Oh, no, I don't want to edit it. Credited with editing it. I want to extrude from object there, and the distance is to here. I don't know how big that's going to be for the cutout. I don't know how deep that's going to actually make it. Let's just measure it and see. $2 mm. I guess that's okay. So now I need to take the other sketch 3, and I'll hit extrude, but I want the outsides of all these things. This is going to be a lot of annoying clicking, isn't it? You know, it's going to be a lot easier if I, instead of doing it that way, I actually take the sketch and I project my borders onto it. Project the borders like you project your emotions. There. So now I can take this sketch alone and I can extrude this, and I'll start, start at object, just choose that front face, and distance goes to object, and that's this thing's front face. And now we have all of our cutouts. Except for you. Why? What have I done to you? What have I ever done to you? Why is that unselectable as a geometry? Cancel. What's going on here? A gap. Dun dun dun. What a bunch of piss. All right. We got to go back into the sketch and fix this. Why is everything's highlighting all weird? Stop it. It's having trouble getting this close. Intimacy issues. There. Okay. Finish. Oh, it hates to be zoomed in that far. There we go. Okay, so back to this step, and that's how we heal it up. And we make sure that we get, yep, we got the whole thing, because this one is broken, so it doesn't count. There we go. Now, according to our CAD model, everything looks perfect. Everything looks perfect according to our CAD model. This we may want to move out a little bit, so it's a little bit more center. Imperceivably, bring the switch back in. Is that properly? Does that have a little bit? Yeah, okay. That should work, I hope. It's unfortunate that the USBs ended up being offset like that. It would have been very cool looking if they were a little bit more in the center, but beggars and choosers and all that. I guess if I put the PCB flat against the other one and didn't have the standoffs on it, then maybe it would fit a little bit more properly. But instead, it's got just a little spacer and standoff on it, just in case I needed to, you know, get under or around the voltage thing. I didn't really need to. I probably could have tried to make it a little bit flatter to the PCB. Instead, it's kind of a little drunk. There's no correcting it now. Nothing will save this. Let's move the power supply up and put the USB connection under it, like under the PCB, or make the PCBs even on there. I don't think there's much I can do. So it'll just have to be a little bit drunk. Actually, if I got rid of that connection entirely, or put it to the side over here, then everything would look moderately, nah, that doesn't really work. So I'm going to need 2 holes in this in order to put a piece of plastic either above or below. I think probably above would be the best thing, because then I can do, I can put it up against this top piece. So what I'll do is I'm going to make another sketch on this plane. I hit extrude. What is the button for create sketch? I forget. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. So I'm going to put it here. And then I'm going to project the hole centers. This thing is part of it, so I got that already. I don't think I need anything else, because I'm going to put screws in from below, even though all the markings are up top. That's going to attach to a cable anyway. Oh, I also need the edges of the PCB. And now let's get that out of the way and view this from a flat plane. You flat plane. So I'm going to go from the edge of the PCB with a square. I guess I need to take that all the way down as a construction line, take it straight down to here. And then I need 2 construction lines here on the center of these holes. What else am I going to need? Well, you know what? I might as well just make this solid and then do probably an offset from here. Give it a little room for the connector. Maybe 1 millimeter for the connector on either side. What happened there? What the hell happened there? Look at what it created. I didn't do that. Oh, we're permanent now? Oh, I see. You're a new line. Oh, but you're based off of this one. What the hell happened? It made like 7 lines. I didn't tell it to do that. It's when things start to slow down that error really becomes prominent. I want 1 millimeter offset from that. And then I guess I'll take it vertically. Did I choose rectangle? That makes sense. Yeah, Shorty is the one that knows this problem. And I was dealing with it earlier, but I guess that was not an example of it. Where when you click and drag, it makes like 5. Well, sometimes it hides just a little slice of a line just to mess with you. They're probably going to add ChatGPT to Fusion. I hope AutoCAD does not fall down that pit. I really hope they don't. So take that down to there. If I have to move this board up or down, this is going to move with it. And then I'll be able to do... I'll have to figure out how I do the holes in this thing. I think I can project the holes that are already in this thing, but have it be the size of the screws that I'm going to use. And then this is to locate the vertical screw holes and the body of the device. The body of the adapter, I should say. Body of the adapter. So I'm going to need... How's it going, Short Lurker? How you been? Like lurking, short, you know. You know how it is. I guess I'll just do regular old lines on this, so... Autodesk sounds like the kind of company that would test something like that on the lesser tiers of their software. I don't know. I don't know how much credit I want to give them for being evil or not in that regard. I don't think they would do that to us. They seem like the type that would like see all of the shortcomings of this thing and, you know, work around it. This is going to have to be one of these. I'm just driving it by offset here, so that's going to be like a 1 millimeter pillar. Eagle buy off and then buying it. Eagle is, I don't know, that's a little different though. Because I mean, the fusion of AutoCAD and Eagle is like a really powerful thing. And I think they saw that and they said, we have to buy this, you know? Stuck on my adapter thing in Fusion for 3 days. Ooh. I hope you can find inspiration somewhere. I'm going to do another millimeter offset. We're going to stay 1 millimeter away from the plug at all turns. I need to get back into the RC car Fusion stuff because There were some cool things that we were building with that. Do I want to just like, I don't know if I want to do that way. I mean, what geometries am I doing? I guess I'm just going to draw it with lines. And that'll make its own little sealed in area. That should be it. So that's sort of the thing. I could maybe chamfer those edges a little bit, make that fit. But now we got to figure out where the screw holes are going to be. So I'm going to need a screw to go vertically through this, and it'll be a little tiny thing. And then I need to figure out what the distance is. So how much distance do we have on this? 6.45 millimeter. WL Toys slow RC drift stuff would be fun with the resin printer. Yeah, that's partially what I was thinking about with it. The other part being that I can do car bodies for the atomic model. I was talking about the atomic model earlier. I was trying to get that into my CAD program so that I would have a nice comprehensive 3D model and I would know what geometries to avoid in order to have everything work properly. And I tried to reverse engineer the one part of it, and it really feels to me like they used Fusion for all of their models. So I tried to do it in Fusion, and I tried to put together the 3D model of this one part, and it was so annoying. Whoever they have doing their CAD models, they must pay them well, because they really justify their inclusion in the company. All of these parts start simple, but then they've got layers of chamfering and filleting. It's like chamfer here, fillet here, chamfer this, fillet that, chamfer that edge, fillet that edge, do this, do that. And you have to do it in the right order, or else stuff doesn't quite react properly. They totally use SolidWorks, their related belted model. They show SolidWorks teaser pics. Okay, yeah, it really does look like, you know, this style of stuff. Willow is barking at something. We need to yell at her. She's going nuts. It's nice weather out and people are starting to walk their dogs. It's getting to be that time of the evening, which means that our time is getting a little bit more limited, but I would like to get some progress on this. So we're almost there. I just need to design one more little solid. And I think we're going to use something like this to hold it in. I like these cap head screws. They make for a very nice design. They're used in laptops and stuff. Yeah, I want to get that model in. It's too bad that they don't give you like an STL, but I'm sure they don't want you having a full model of their stuff. That's not really going to hold in. The 10,000 pound gorilla is going to easily overcome that. This is also a problem. I'm going to need to figure out what that height is so I can avoid this resistor here. What? Oh, people always give me credit for stuff like that, and I never intend. All right, so how far through the circuit board does that go? See, the alternative to this thing is that I could, where's that? I could just hold the bottom of the board. The bottom of the board is nice and flat. Maybe that's what we should do. But I don't want, well, I think we get more leverage at the top of the board, and it'll when things plug in, it'll try to tilt, and when it tilts, it'll hit up against this piece here, and that'll help stabilize it a little bit, as opposed to just having a little piece of plastic that comes out at a 90-degree angle at the bottom here. That's why I'm doing it this way. I would like to avoid hitting those screws, and I guess I can. I guess I can avoid hitting those, sorry, the resistors on the top layer of the board. Because we won't go all the way to the back of this thing. We'll just go a little bit up and it'll just be this little C bracket. So I need to figure out what the height is of that screw sticking through. If I were smart, I'm not making any promises on that, I would offset the screw holes on this thing and make it a little wider. But I'm seeing if I can avoid that right now. What's that distance? 3. So the screw would be sticking up into this thing. 3 millimeter, which puts us all the way out here. So if I go at the center of that 3 millimeter, this is where I need what size fastener? Two. So that'll fit. It'll fit pretty well. I should probably just project it onto the other side. I'll do that. We'll do a little line like this. Oh, we already have a little line like that. So I'll just do mirror. Oh, and then the fastener is how big? How big is this bug? Willa doesn't get creeped out by my saying that anymore. 3.67. So we need a radius of 4 to fit the screw, which gets us into, damn it, it hits the edge. Bum, bum, bum. Well, we need that 4. It could be 3.6. Does that get us right up to the edge? It does. So maybe what I do is the screws stick out from this. Like they'll just be a feature that's flat on the panel. Yeah, maybe that'll be the way that we do it. I won't have them inside of a fancy inlay. They'll just sit up against the panel. Just like that. All right, so now I'm going to take this and I'm going to extrude and I'm going to create a new body. But once I extrude something, it'll try to join the two. I don't want them joined. I guess we'll go 4 millimeters. It probably needs to be a little bit more than that. And then make sure that we tell it that I don't want to join these two. And I'll probably go, well, let's see what's the distance to the resistor. Distance to the resistor. It's like 6 millimeters to the resistor. So we can probably go 5. What is the size of the hole? That is a 3.3. So if I wanted to go, oh wow, that's a very little distance from there. Symmetrically, well, it's 1 millimeter from the hole, 6 millimeter. So it'd be 8 millimeters that I would need. And I only have 6. All right, let's just go 5.5 and see what that's like. Or 5. Nah, it's going to put the holes in a weird place. 5.5. Get as far out as we can. In a new body, and I can bring back in my solid. Are they sources or sinks? Bring back in this one. And I need another sketch, unfortunately, so I'll just do one on this. You sketch here, and then, oh God, I can't see. There, okay. So I need a circle on both of these. That's going to be 2. 2. And then 2. It's going to be kind of a weird print, but I think it'll come out okay. Body 2, extrude, U and U. And then we're going, whatever the distance this thing is, plus 3. Or maybe I can go, what is the circuit board? It's probably like 1.7. 1.6. So we'll add 1.6 to whatever I do here. Might have been better to put this on the other end of the board, but negative 1.6 plus 3.2. And I guess that would be positive the other way. What? Oh, 1.6 minus 3.2. There we go. My signs were all over the place. I could always just have those holes as a guide and then drill them all the way through the thing, but they'll be a little weird. They're going to be like kind of droopy. That'll hold on to the screw better anyway. So there'll be holes through the front panel that will interface with this. For fun, I could chamfer some of this stuff. I don't really need to, though. Oh, look, the distance to this is accurate, too. They even put solder in there. How do you do that in Fusion? I wonder. add solder to your components. I guess maybe this was done with KiCad and there are plugins to do that in KiCad. That's cute. It's very cute that the resistors are on there. We could avoid them entirely if we wanted this to go further back. I think this will be enough though. It'll be 4 screws. It's still pretty screw heavy, but that'll hold this little USB board on and allow you to plug and unplug a USB cable without blowing up the entire thing. Technically though, you know, really it should have screw holes on the other side as well, but we don't have like total space for that. I think this will be okay. Another thing I could do is extrude through these holes and just poke it with a soldering iron to make it a plastic rivet. I think those would explode too, even if in PETG. Even in PETG. Even. Okay, cool. So that's that. I think that's ready to try to print and see if it won't blow up the whole thing and kind of mess up my whole life. My only concern is that the heads of the screws won't quite work out, and maybe I need to use the super short ones for both. But I'll try to keep this simple. Oh, and then the final thing I need to do is take these, somehow get to this. You and you. And I guess without sketching, without doing another line on the sketch, I can take these and I can take them through the front panel. And I can expand these out just a little bit using press pull. I don't know if it'll let me do both at the same time. I can. And then 0.1. Negative 0.1. Which is technically the 0.2 clearance that we're looking at. I do not know if these screws are going to fit in there. I do have like miniature chamfered screws too. Maybe I could do that. And then they could fit. Well, no, because the heads on those are big too. So it's pushing it. This is pushing my luck. I may have to adjust a bunch of stuff to get this stuff to fit properly. And to be fair, like if it's going through 2 millimeters, I'm using a 3 millimeter screw. Maybe I can move this screw hole down, even though they'll conflict with one another. The printer will still be able to handle that layer by layer. And so I can have sort of more central screws. But I'll adjust that as I need to. If I don't need to adjust this, this should work out just fine as just a little support bracket on this so that when you plug that thing in, it doesn't, you know, blow up. You think it needs to be wider? Well, with the PETG print, you're probably right. Is that only 0.1? I thought that was 0.2. Or maybe the 0.1 radius in the end does it. I mean, I can also just hit that with a drill if I need to. All right, we'll give it 0.2 just to be nice. Just to be nice. That really does look like the head of the screw is going to become an issue. Hopefully it'll just butt up against the side, but... wider so you can shift the holes up without interfering. That's what I was considering that as well. I could move my own holes to be further outwards. I guess that is the best way to do it. All right, so let's get rid of these. Well, actually, I wonder if I can do this in the drawing and it won't blow everything up. Let's just see what happens. Let's go to this. And I'm going to get rid of this line. And this line. And now this thing is orphaned. Oh, that one was supposed to come down from the projection of that hole, but I don't need that anymore. So if I take this and I center it on this thing and I move it out a little bit, this is going to really mess with it. It's not going to like me for this. And then let's plan out this radius, and that's going to be 4. That's going to be the cutout in the on the bottom. And then from the center of this, this will be 2 millimeters. So it's going to be 1 millimeter off of this. That's really 1 millimeter? That's huge. These are really 2 millimeters? Oh, no, I'm not centered on that. Wait a second. What in the hell is going on here? Okay. Center this, 1 millimeter. 1 millimeter. So that's where the post is going to be. Oh, it doesn't count this as a... Oh, I see. Okay, I got to do it like that. And then I lose my the verticality of it. God, annoying. There you go. So that's the start of that post, and I kind of want to avoid that. So we got to bump this thing out. All right, come on. So really, we could just do it centered on that there. Is that center? Are you kidding me? It does not like that. Midpoint. There we go. So if I do that, then we are cleared all around, and I guess what I can do is I can just make a like a butt out here for this. I don't need it to totally stick out, but I don't know, just for fun, I can do that. So finish this, and see it makes. Whoa, where are we? Okay, and then bring the sketch back in, extrude. Oh, bring the sketch back in, extrude this. Object. I want to select this one too. Oh, that one's not even in there. Oh, because it didn't have its own mirror thing. Right. That's the wrong sketch. I want this one. I have no idea where I am. Home view. Oh. Help me, home view. Where are we? We're in the wrong sketch. Okay, so I need to go to this one. And take this, mirror it here. Oh, damn it. Got to click onto the mirrored line. There we go. Okay, finish. The printer is going to be the lower face of this, so go from here and over here. And then the distance to object, this thing. There. That's a weird looking adapter. Perfect. I love it. I love everything about it. Looks like something you'd find inside of a device. Deep inside of a device. I may need to clearance the top and the bottom a little bit too, because it might not quite fit properly. I'll have to build that in. What's the PSU for? It's for my module testing module, I guess. This thing. Yeah. This is something that we've been kind of like piecing together over the past couple weeks, and it's going to be a vacuum fluorescence display, a VFD display, module testing module. So we just got the power supply together with the 3 current monitors and all of its accoutrements. Really, the power supply is this stuff over here. This is current monitoring, and then power distribution, and then metered power distribution. So we'll have another piece on top of it that'll have all the digital stuff on it, powered by this. I'll have areas to plug in the module under testing, and then we will have 6 channels of output, of generic output, and then 2 channels of metered input that we can go off of. Could always edit the initial main body extrude and not include the modified parts to have a cleaner timeline. Yeah, that's all right though, it'll be all right. Yeah, I could have come up with a USB mount on its own separate thing. This is okay though. This isn't too bad. I do have a lot of sketches here, but it's really like one sketch, holes. So body, holes. This one would be, what is that one? Oh yeah, then I start on the mount. So it's mount in one direction, mount in the other direction. That's it. I just don't like how janky, look at how janky this is. It's going to be a little bit janky, but we're going to have to live with that. Having these centered on there would be nice. The power plug doesn't have the same mounting, and it uses communications pins that we can't get to with that pin out. So my breakout is not complete enough for me to utilize the electronics here. That's not, I don't think that's D- and D+. It's like a different data pin that the breakout doesn't use. Let's see, where's the breakout? There it is. 3 pins in. I guess I could have taken, yeah, I could solder a wire to that one and make it into a power negotiating. There's other pins though. Other stuff is doing stuff here. Yeah, there's other data pins that it's communicating with. So it would have been kind of cool if I could marry the two and make them purely panel mount and then have them centered on my panel. But I don't think we don't need to split that atom. We don't need to split those hairs. I think we're good as it is. So I'm gonna get this stuff printed. Wait, why is there only one body? When did they combine? It probably snuck a combination in this one. Yep, that's what it did. Fusion is a sneaky bastard. So what I need to do is I need to go back into this step. And for some reason, when you do stuff like this, it decides, oh, you wanted to join them by extruding, didn't you? You wanted to join everybody to everybody else and make one big solid out of everyone. So I need to unview the body. That's how you avoid that. You unview it. And then when I click OK, now I have 2 bodies. So this is the panel, the side, panel, boob. And then this is side, boob, adapter. There you go. And that's going to be kind of a tight fit, and it'll offset where this thing fits in. So it's probably going to need to be adjusted. It'll take a little bit of work. Okay, well, I think that's it for me. My dog is getting a little antsy. It's about 15 minutes from when I normally end. We're at a nice logical conclusion here. I'm going to export these solids, and then I'm going to print them, and then we'll find out exactly how stupid it all is and how it doesn't fit together. I could try to center things a little better by lowering the PCB down. Is there a thing in the extrude panel? I did not know. I could try to adjust this thing's offset, because this is pretty high up. And then that would move everything down. Maybe I'll think about doing that. I keep the power switch at exactly the same spot, but then if I want to center things, I can figure out how far down I can move this panel. I'm not going to look for it right now. But I'll do a printout and we'll see how this works, whether or not this stuff works together. So that'll take like 50 minutes, take like a couple hours. I mean, what distance, how far down can I actually move this? And what would that look like? If I were to do that, I would have to go back into this step and I'd move everything down accordingly. How did I determine where this thing is then? Oh, that was a... Yeah, I think that was a mirror step somewhere around there, but how far down? Oh, but this will always be down towards the circuit board. That'll always be at the height of the circuit board. So that would move down with the rest of everything, and it would center the USB, but nothing else. This could also move down as well. So the MIDI and the USBs could be moved down, but as a result, my barrel jack is still going to be way down in the corner, which I guess could be okay. We would have to go until this. So what's the center on this? How do I figure that out? 5.8. And from there, well, I just want to, hold on, we can do the snap points. Distance from snap points from here to here. And then do the XYZ. 2 millimeter until that's centered. That's a nice even number. That is doable. I could actually do that if we go into the other parts. And let's see what 2 millimeters looks like. So where are my cross beams? Bot plate. No, not the center. Radius, diameter, center, area. Can I get a height? No, I have to do this other ways because there's no seam on that. So from there to there. 4 millimeters. Oh, that is tempting. So if I lower this by 2 millimeters, then everything is a little bit more centered, and I have to go back into this, and I have to lower all of these units by 2 millimeter. If I take that and I lower this, this is going to make all kinds of stuff explode. Two millimeter. Finish that. That makes those cutouts. Those are a little cleaner. And then I take the MIDI. Oh, nope. It's not it. Where's this coming from? There we go. And we subtract 2 from this. $15. Ooh, it's thinking about that. Oh, that looks so much better. It doesn't exactly center my USBs, but it feels better. It feels better to have this stuff more or less in the middle of the panel, even if my barrel jack is a little bit offset in a weird way. And my USBs are still not centered, but they're a little bit better. Now I could move it down even further, to be honest. It's funny that the cutouts followed everything, even though I have geometrical positions that are supposed to be used to see, these will be off. The Sketch 1 positions are now 2 millimeters off. I guess they technically didn't use them. They used the position of the components to figure out where everything was. Those are just for like basic measurement. So how far off from centered are these now? The distance from, boy, you really cannot select anything, can you, CAD? Why does it hate measuring things? Oh, because the sketch is in the way. I'm looking through the sketch, so everything is cursed. So the center point here, and then the center point between these two, 3 millimeters off from there. Well, 6.4, so 3.25, really. I'm just approximating. Four. So 4 to that, and then from there, it's 3.25. It's really close to center, isn't it? It's like 1/4 of a millimeter, or maybe like 1 millimeter off center. It's 3.2. It's like a millimeter off from being in the center. But then again, I've got very little distance right here too. So if I take it down 1 more millimeter and leave this in the center like it is, it should all fit just fine. I'm taking it down. I'm taking it through. I'm doing 3. Nobody can stop me. Nobody can stop me from making it perfect. I must make it perfect. Move this on this plane, -1. Finish. Look at it. Look at my works. It's perfect in every way. It really isn't. It's actually quite sloppy, but whatever. Whatever, it's fine. This all works out. Yeah, this all works out. Look at that. Those stay centered. They could move down a little bit, but they're fine where they are. That'll make a nice solid mount for the USB-C to plug in and unplug without blowing everything up. And then I need to lower this. So I need to figure out how this thing is determining its height. And I think what I need to do is take that and possibly move it down 3 millimeters. Let's just hold on. I need to deconstruct this a little bit. I think I started for the ground plane and went up from there. Let's just take a look at the progression of events here. So I sketch, I extrude, in what direction? Up. So yeah, okay, so I can just move this down 3mm. So let's take all that, and then I'll take this, and I move this thing down 3, not 5, 3. Oh my God, everything has changed. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. I guess that's room for components in case. Hopefully nothing over here. Actually, no, nothing over here conflicts. All the holes start a little further in. So that should work absolutely fine. The standoffs might stick out a little bit, but they've got 10mm below this point to stick out. So that should be totally acceptable. Not as much plastic holding them together, but it should be totally fine. Okay, so that's that. Everything has been accounted for. My holes in the panel should be relatively centered. I'm going to save everything, and we'll get to printing it soon. Thank you all for joining me during this session of CAD. I decided to do CAD instead of whatever else we possibly could have done. As I said before, I was at my wit's end. I was about to just take a hammer to the whole thing, and I realized I had INA 169s. Different part, used in drones. I tried a breadboard circuit on the INA 169, and it turns out it worked perfectly. It did exactly what I needed it to. It had one gain adjustment, and the slope of the line was the same. As I brought it through the different loads of my dummy load, it displayed the correct number. And that's to say, I guess I could have given up on those entirely and gone with the high or low side analog current meters, and those would tell me just as much, just without the voltage level in there. They would have been a little bit more slick, and they probably would have not taken as much focus away from the VFD display, because these are going to be rather bright. They might be too bright, I don't know. So maybe in the future I might want to put these in and give them some just nice dim yellow LEDs on them, and that way I'd have milliamp readings for the 3 voltages. This way I get volts and amps. It's a little bright, but then again we're in a studio, so things are very well lit in here. So this is going to seem a little bit dim in comparison to these. I don't know. I don't think I made the right choice, but I went with what I chose. And then we'll be able to set this thing up as a module testing module. It's going to be a lot of software, but we're moving on from the power supply. So I'm moving up from the power supply. We're going to get into the digital stuff just as soon as we cap it off with some of our 3D prints. Thank you guys for joining me. It was a good Friday. More than likely, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, unless something happens. I haven't been good about doing Saturdays, and I would love to do gaming again, but we're gonna do streaming. You know, I need to work on this project. I need to get it done. So we're gonna work on this more, and we're gonna get into like sort of planning the digital stuff while our stuff prints. I will catch you guys then. I will be on Discord in the meantime. I think I set up all my commands properly until after. Thank you for the C-Man. Wait a minute. What the hell are you saying? That's fucking disgusting. And here's my end card. I'll be back, like, eventually. I don't know. I'll catch you guys later. My dog's barking. I'm going to go see what she's up to. I would suggest you guys not go see what my dog is doing, but maybe you guys can go touch grass if it's not too dark out. And I will catch you guys later. Same area, channel, whatever the hell. I'll catch you guys then. Join my Discord. Bye.